Good evening, Wakefield. I am opening the Town Council meeting of April 14th, 2025 at 6:01 PM. I see that we have all councilors present. Please join me, rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Attendance as noted, we have all councilors present in the room. Our next item, I would entertain a motion. This would be by roll call vote, Town Administrator.
Correct.
For the council to go into executive session, after which time we'll immediately come back and reopen the regular session. Motion for a possible executive session to discuss Labor District Council Local 272 contract. Because an open session may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the town, with the intent to return to open session immediately thereafter.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into executive session for the reasons as stated.
Second.
Motion seconded. Roll call vote, Councilor Carney.
Yes.
Councilor Chines.
Yes.
Councilor Dombrowski.
Aye.
Councilor Butt.
Yes.
Councilor Vincent.
Yes.
Councilor Butler.
Yeah.
And I am a yes. Sherry, that's 7-0. We will go into executive session when we're told that we're in executive session.
They're gonna switch everything over to Ryan. Close the door.
for the town meeting, capital planning, $2,152,966. And I know you were here last meeting, and we were very close at that point, but you wanted to go back and bring us a final product.
Correct. Thank you. Good evening. Phil Renzi, Chairperson of the Capital Planning Committee. Presentations in your packet. Other members of our committee are Daniel Calori, Tracy Cleversey, Frank Conti, Sam Hockenberry, Garrett Murphy, Shane McCarthy. Our two liaisons are Councilor Butt and Joe Bertrand. And throughout the season, we meet usually in February, March. Each fall, town departments start submitting requests for consideration by capital planning. These requests are compiled into a spreadsheet and reviewed by our committee to meet a certain budget goal. This year, we received $8,556,000 worth of requests from the normal tax levy list. Then the water division had about $465,000, and the sewer division had about $466,000. Our process is that we invite all department heads to meet with our committee. This year we met 6 times in a 5-week period, followed by a 7th time, I should say. I should edit that. And we evaluate the requests, and we ask the department heads to rank their requests because they know best. They come in to prioritize. And then we take that and try to reach, again, our goal this year was about 2.1 million. So we had to go from 8.5 down to 2.1. What you have in front of you is, in the presentation, is just some items. There's the full warrant, explains the full amount that we approve, but just some points of note. We approved 3 vehicles for the police department, which is an annual request, and we keep that to keep the fleet revolving. The fire department command vehicle, which has been on the list for a few years, and this year we decided it was time to fund it. A dump truck with the snowplow for DPW, and the senior center van. This is a new addition to them, and it helped them greatly get some of the seniors to appointments or to errands, and so that was a request that we thought was very important. On the building side, we approved the library, 2 big HVAC projects, a chiller replacement, and the 2 rooftop HVAC units. They had other HVAC, all their HVAC is about the same age, and so it's all starting to come up, their useful life, so we approved these 2 because they set the priorities that these were really the ones that they could use the most for the library. DPW garage door, there's 2 of those, which you see if you're driving down North Ave. At the town hall, replacing the shingles and doing some foundation repairs. New tables for the civic center, and replacing water heaters at the Galvin and the Woodville. Other miscellaneous approvals included, and this is the one change, so I don't know what's in your packet, but the Dolbear playground surface in the back playground, it's currently wood chips, so we approved that to be a rubber surface. This is our last playground in town. We've been approving about 1 a year, and this will complete the circle on all the playgrounds in town, so we thought that was an important milestone that we were able to fund that project. A new sidewalk snow blower for town buildings, onboard vehicle computers for fire department, and Walton School, there's a grass area, if you've been up to the Walton, to redo that grass area of new fencing, and then in general, ADA, about $50,000 towards ADA upgrades townwide. So the recommended appropriation for capital planning and tax levy is $2,152,966. And the water enterprise is $307,000, and the sewer enterprise is $358,000. Thank you, and are there any questions?
By the way, the Finance Committee subcommittee met with the Capital Planning Committee during their voting process and approved all of these requests. And one of the reasons for that change is that there was $125,000 for the school department to have 2-way radios. So when the Finance Committee met with the school department, they indicated that they were in the process of buying those radios. Thus, the committee then went back and approved those Dolbear project.
Thank you, Mr. Bertrand. Any questions from the councilors on the materials presented? Councilor Chines?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Renzi, for you and the committee's work on this. I know this is a lot of effort to whittle this down.
This may be more of a question for Mr. Conway behind you, but the Walton Playground, it feels like, at least for the many years in which my kids were at Walton, that is a hard area to grow and keep grass growing. I guess I'm curious. I'm supportive of the project, but I'm curious as to sort of what we have planned to make sure that, you know, whatever we install there actually remains in place, you know, given that it is an active and kind of sunny schoolyard that gets a lot of wear and tear and abuse.
We did discuss that because that exact matter was brought up, that they have tried to plant things in the past. And the issue that was that they tried to use it too quickly. And so nothing really rooted. And so there was a commitment that this attempt would be made, and we sort of like would have to keep people off it in order for the grass to grow, and that would give it its best chance. Because right now it's just a mud field. And so,
yeah.
as you can imagine, the custodial staff are, you know, going crazy trying to keep up, and it's just a mess. So it's definitely neat. So the intent was to keep people off of it to allow it to grow longer.
Okay, great. No, I'm just glad that there's the recognition that that's been kind of a pain point for us for a long time. So,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Renzi, for this, and thank you also for sitting through that marathon meeting last time. For those who may not recall, you were here for a very long time, and we didn't have the opportunity to get to you. Then you had the issue with the adjusting. So thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Bertrand, as well for the subcommittee work and for the entire capital planning committee. One question that I have, Mr. Renzi, is just about the amount that we're funding capital planning. I feel like we've really kind of teetered around that $2 million mark for really long time, notwithstanding the fact that we've had our budget increasing. And I know that the asks always outpace the availability, right, of funds, but it feels like this is a budget that's been a little more stagnant in recent years. Am I reading that correctly?
It has, but we've been at the $2 million mark for about 10 fiscal years. It's been pretty. Fiscal year 21, we actually had to cut that to 1 million. That was COVID. We had a meet, and actually, so we only spent 1 million that year, which we never got back. We're always trying to champion for more money this year. This represents, I think, about a 3% increase over last year, which is great, and I think cumulatively it would be great to continue that. Understanding that, you know, all budgets are a concern and money is a concern. So we would love to have as much money as the town can find for capital planning, because we on average get $7 to $8 million worth of asks a year. I've been on the committee since 2016, so at least since then, and we're generally cutting down to 2 million every year too. So how that number is given to us is really me asking, or the committee asking at the start of the process. I think it's a matter of looking at FinCom and other town budgets and the money coming in from the state, that they come up with the budget for us. So it would be great to get more, Joe.
Yeah, thank you. And to reiterate that, I really worry about the uncertain times ahead. And what we should not do is lower this 2 million. And I worry that might occur, because we did so a couple of years ago and made it $1 million. And that's a real concern. This number should be higher, much higher than the 2 million. It's been 10 years. It should be much higher, so I can point at Steve and yell at him. No, but that we really have to worry about that. That is a concern that I hope everyone remembers going forward, to keep this at least at 2 million and keep it going up by at least 3 to 5% every year.
Yeah, the big concern is construction costs. You know, I work in much smaller projects than what I do for a living, but we're seeing, you know, 10, 15% increase in mechanical costs. So just mechanical equipment, and there's a ton of mechanical equipment that are starting to show up on these lists that are becoming 20, 25 years old. And so the 2 million, even a 2.1, isn't really buying as much as it did. So it's really, it's a great conversation I would love to have with the power, whoever, you know, when we start discussing these numbers to figure out how we could maximize or get more money than even 3%. But I also understand that it's not an infinite pot of money, or everyone's jobs in this room would probably be a lot easier if it was. So, but yeah, we're always looking for more, and it can be put to good use, because if you're not if we're not replacing these things, they're just getting old. You're spending money on maintenance and breakdowns and inconveniences. So it would be great to get more money as years go by,
especially in light of the Washington tariffs that are occurring. that is affecting all costs, even the ones next door. So that's a real concern. If it's, their tariffs are going to be at 10%, we're only get 3%. That's not work. That doesn't work. So those are concerns.
I do think, if we're looking at the long game here, the idea of not having the ability to maintain at a level that we really should be able to maintain, it's really just becomes deferred maintenance. And that's one of the concerns that I have, because to your point, if you're repairing, if you're doing, a lot of patch, if patch and duct tape, that's not a sustainable way of making sure that we're deploying those dollars, to the best possible purpose. And so I do have concern about that too. And yes, we do have to be super mindful of how we're directing these dollars. But when you look at these are projects that are across so many different departments, and they actually impact a lot of residents in different ways. And you've always done a very good job, I think, as a committee, of being able to look at how you kind of spread it across, so that you're helping the seniors, you're helping our younger generation, you're helping folks in between, you're helping to improve public safety. All those sorts of things are important. But I do think when we're looking at, if we're tracking where our budgeting is in a fiscal year and where capital falls into that, I also have the concern, retirement, we talked about $1 million, then we're down to 500,000, for example, I guess last meeting that was. Things like that, and I don't want to see capital. I know we had that issue, like you said, we're on COVID time, and that was the first place to cut. I'm just thinking about, all right, if we do not keep pace where we should, where are we going to find ourselves in 2, 3, 5 years relative to a lot of these projects? Because many of these projects you end up ultimately approving, to my understanding, have been on the list, and sometimes maybe they'll make the first cut, but then the next time maybe they come up, and you would mention one or two such examples. So I just think we should really be strategic in the way we look at that going forward, and hopefully this council will do that early on in the process for next year, because it matters to the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Carney?
Yeah, I know with the vehicles, they had come up with a 5-year plan. You mentioned earlier the coolers at the library, there were more that have to be replaced. It'd be nice if we could come up with a complete capital 5-year plan based on our preventative maintenance needs. You have to anticipate that some of these, obsolete items are going to start to fail, and then we're going to be forced with going to the finance committee for a transfer. If you folks have the time and the will to put together a 5-year plan and reach out to the department, saying, look, we need to know where you are in your facility maintenance, where you are in replacing vehicles as well, to say, okay, this is what we have to be looking at the next 5 years, and every year you add a year onto that. Based on the age of the equipment, based on the age of the building. So I think that would be a great effort and very helpful to us if we came up with a plan like that.
But there is, Councilor, there is a plan. I've seen it. I've seen it in print form. I don't know where
Joe has it.
There is one, but to your point, it's something we did discuss at the end of this round about going to the departments earlier on and trying to get them to pull that together for us to compile. I think it's really important for them to start thinking about it. That may, library always has presented, other departments not so much, to start getting everyone on board with presenting that every year and rolling it up a year every year. So it's as current as you can be outside of things breaking and emergencies. So
Thank you.
Councilor Chang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Councilor Carney you bringing up the 5-year plan. I do remember seeing that at some point when I was on the Finance Committee, but I don't know that we do a particularly good job of circulating that among certainly us. I don't think I've seen it since I've been on the council over the last 6 years or so. And so I guess my request would be, Mr. Mayo and Mr. Carney, if that's something that could get circulated more broadly, just because I think it's helpful context. The other thing that I think is important about that, though, is making sure that we're viewing that not just from the standpoint of the capital budget, which is an important part of our capital spending, but it's also debt service. It's also the school building projects that we have done in the case of the Galvin and are doing in the case of the high school that fall, sort of outside of the tax levy that, we should be mindful of. As we think about capital, it's a little bit to me of a misnomer that this is our capital budget, because I think it is one component of a capital budget that includes some other things. And thinking about both the 5-year needs as well as the different slots of funding where we put these things, I think is part of what we need to do as we think about planning for the future.
Can I follow up on that? Do you mind, Mr.
No,
Chairman?
not at all.
Just wanted to say that I remember, and Joe remembers because we're old, was like $200,000 or so in the capital plan years ago.
It was about 180, I think.
180. So that's been ratcheted up over the years and here to stay. But I also want to, that is not all that we've done in capital. We within the tax levy, you know, you take the Galvin and the high school aside, that's outside the tax levy. Within the tax levy, we're doing a little over about $2.3 million in bonds, capital improvements in town, and those includes the athletic fields at the high school, the turf fields, the Walton School construction, drainage improvements, roads, the public safety building. That's within 2.5. The Greenwood School roof we did. Fire trucks we've done, and we'll talk about another one this year. So there is a lot of other capital. So when you look at the capital, not only in this article, but in the debt service article, we are spending a fair amount on capital. Never does seem to be enough. I get it, but we are spending a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I just, I make that point not to suggest that
Yeah.
we should slide back, absolutely not, but again, it's always important to remember that there are, different buckets in which we are doing capital spending, and
Correct.
I think it sometimes fails us to kind of look in those buckets in a holistic way.
Well, I believe in that regard, we still have $2.5 million that we're going to bond up for roads that we have not
That's
yet.
been authorized, not
Not done.
Not done.
We have a lot of
Authorized,
headwinds
not
coming our
expended.
way. We're already underfunding OPED this year by $500,000. We've got separate articles for a fire pumper truck. We've got an extra $1.3 million that I had not anticipated that's now apparently necessary to remediate the Butler Avenue property. We're looking at a lot of headwinds. And so I totally agree with you, Mr. Bertrand. We need to make sure that we stick to these plans, but we are going to have to, and a future council is going to have to find the money to do that and be careful about some other items in the process. Thank you, gentlemen. If there's nothing further from the council, I would entertain a motion to approve the capital planning budget as presented.
I move that we approve this capital planning budget as presented.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any further discussion by councilors? Seeing none, all those in favor? All opposed? That's 7-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your consideration.
I moved you up because of last meeting.
Thank you.
We will probably now move on to public participation. Just want to tell the public, we do have a meeting that is absolutely essential at 7:03, so we can probably get through the 15 minutes of public participation, I believe, and then we'll have to have that public meeting. Shouldn't be extremely lengthy.
Can you ask if anybody's online? Because it does. I have
Absolutely.
6 people in studio, so.
Right, and everybody, I think, probably knows the rule, because a lot of folks have been here before. It's a maximum of 3 minutes per person. If we have 7 people, we have to pare it down a bit, because it is not a give and take. It is 15 minutes total participation, so I always entrust this to the town administrator to have the watch. Anyone who does speak comes up or online, states their name and address, states their position to the council, and Steve will be timekeeping. Do we have anybody online for public participation, Sherry, that wants to be heard?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, and you have a list, Steve?
I do. I have 6 people, so my Herd School math says that's 2.5 minutes each.
That's what St. Teresa's would say as well. Very good. Do you have an ordering?
Yes, on the order that people signed in, I have Julie Smith Galvin at 28 Grafton.
Good evening, councilors. It's nice to be on this side. Thank you. My name is Julie Smith Galvin, 28 Grafton Street, and I'm here to speak on item 6A, the reconfiguration of North Avenue. The things that we have accomplished in the last 5 years when it comes to bike and ped plans are extraordinary, but especially on North Avenue. The bi-directional and wider sidewalks, the bike lanes with additional buffers, and narrower traffic lanes for vehicles have really made it safer for walkers, bicyclists, runners, and especially drivers as well. As you know, I was closely involved in commissioning and developing the pedestrian and bike plan as a counselor, but also as a runner and a walker and a bicyclist and a driver and a mother. Extensive input from the community, fire, police, traffic advisory, and this council, as well as DPW and staff, were all considered in the final approval of the North Avenue project. That's why I'm so disappointed to see this proposal in front of you tonight. The Councilor Vincent's proposal appears to be predicated on a possible but not approved design in Reading, as well as a stop here on Red's bike signage southbound, which he apparently suggests is contradictory, but there are no restrictions to riding your bike southbound on North Avenue. In fact, we've made it safer to ride southbound on North Avenue, because not only can you be in the road as you were always allowed to be, you can now also be on the sidewalks under Mass General Law. You're allowed to use public ways, and you're allowed to go on the sidewalk as long as you yield to pedestrians. So I want to leave you with a few numbers. 15, I brought props. 15, this is the number of bicyclists and pedestrian serious accidents that there have been in the 5 years we've been talking about the bike and pedestrian plan, and 2 of those were deaths. 8. This is the number of days that the flex posts were installed on North Avenue in December. 4, this is the number of months that the configuration has been in place. And a couple of other numbers to go with this. The average temperature during those 4 months has been 35 degrees, and there were 45 inches of snow. And 0, this is what it costs to keep the infrastructure in place just for this recreational season. Doesn't cost anything, and we're going to get a tremendous amount of data out of it. We need the data to decide whether this really is the right plan, what other plans, what's happening in Reading. So I really encourage you to not vote tonight to change anything, to take the time to get the data, and to allow the spirit and the recommendations in the bike plan to stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan White.
Hi, my name is Dan White. I live at 2 Walcott Street, right on the corner of North Ave and Walcott. The bike lane, I know, has been posted on our fair share of our part. I didn't go out to look for the information's been out there for a while, but the first I've heard of it was when they were widening the sidewalks across the street from us. By the way, thank you very much for the sidewalks on our side, finally. We can walk to school and the kids can walk without getting all muddy. The problem I'm having right now is that we lost a large portion of North Ave Street to the bike lane. And I do want people to be safe, without a question. That's not the, I would like to have something, but I think the amount of land and road we lost is kind of detrimental. On my street, for example, is a telephone pole right on the corner. And behind that, shortly down the street, is another one. So for us to clearly see something coming past the property on that corner, we're in the crosswalk, and sometimes even a little bit before that, just to see down the road, which puts us now in the middle of the street. It's making it a little bit harder to go through when the sticks are there. I understand why they're there, but North Ave gets tied up with anything. And you hit a walk light, and North Ave backs up all the way to the field. So if you're waiting there, trying to turn onto your street, you can easily back up North Ave for quite a bit because people just don't let you through. So with out the lane there before, people could at least slow down, go around you, pass that way. There's also, without a question, quite a lot of problems. Like she said, there was 15 accidents over the past few years. They could be even worse, because before we would see quite often, we used to have a light on our corner. That's unfortunately gone. Someone would hit the light, the car would stop, and the car behind them would either not stop or use that extra space to be able to go around. And I understand that shouldn't be a reason why we don't have a bike lane, but we were losing that little bit of a buffer that we had. Trucks like the Amazon and delivery trucks now park on side streets because they're no longer allowed to stop on North Ave and make a few deliveries. Pros and cons to that, obviously, but for us, we have a dead-end street, and that makes it a little hard when they're turning around on our driveways and they're narrow. So it doesn't make it easy. We have a lot of little kids in the neighborhoods too, and they're not always watching out for the trucks, and they should. But it's just a concern that if we put the sticks back up again, if we lose that much of the road again, I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot more issues and problems. We'll have issues with parking when it comes time for the farmers market and such. So it's a concern on my side that we're kind of making it a little unsafer for the neighborhoods too. And maybe there's just a better option or something different. Maybe we can close the buffer a little bit more and move the center line back more to the center as it was, or something. But right now it's really tight in there.
Thank you.
Steve Ingles.
Hello, good evening. Steve
Evening.
Ingles, 40 Richardson Street. I was here just, I think I meant to come in and talk to counselors for a while now about the bike lane and how much I've appreciated sort of the forethought in it being installed. Maybe not in the short time that it was in the fall, winter, but I'm definitely looking forward to using it in the future. As a new family to town, when we had moved here a number of years ago, almost 20, and starting a family, we often like to go out biking, and how much we would have liked to have sort of biked around the lake. And what with no bike lane and North Ave being what it was, I think that would have been a suicide mission. So happy to see that families in town have that option now. Also looking towards the future with the development that's happening on North Ave and at the head of the lake, wouldn't it be nice to give that opportunity to have other modes of transportation to people that might live in those spaces? So the idea that we've only had it for a short time and to take it away seems a little bit premature. One unintended benefit I think I saw during the winter was during the snowstorms. While the DPW does do a wonderful job clearing our streets and our sidewalks, sidewalks can be problematic. North Ave was plowed all the way to the sidewalk curb, and so I saw a lot of people that still wanted to run in the winter months using that bike lane while there was still some snow on the sidewalk. So I definitely think the benefits sort of outweigh the negatives. And I think it hasn't been up long enough for us to sort of, to Ms. Galvin's point, to get all of the data surrounding it. I know there have been a couple of hiccups, but we haven't had time to even problem solve those. So I just think keeping it up would be in benefit of the town. And it's a benefit today, and I think it'll be more of a benefit in the coming months. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bill Spaulding.
Hi. Hi, Bill Spaulding, 42 Gold Street. Also a member of the planning board, but I'm not speaking for the planning board this evening. Thank you, Councilor Vincent, for putting together the plan. It was nice to review it and understand what's happening in Reading. I'm really excited about that part. I'm hoping for the option where they're having a north and a south lane on the same side that does connect to the lake, that in Quantipowitt Parkway. That would be wonderful. Really tonight, I want to express my feelings about the bike lane. As most of you know, I bike into Boston each day. For about 30 plus years, I've seen just about every type of bike lane configurations, for the good and bad. The worst configuration, the most unsafe that I've been part of, is just sharrows, meaning just that little painted bike that travels with cars, especially when it's right next to where cars open doors, like what's happening at Albion Street. That is the worst scenario for cyclists. I've been lucky enough over the years. I've only been hit about 6 times. Luckily, not fatal, as it happens. So with what I see as a good opportunity for us, over the next 4 months, I would love to have the bike lane as designed and approved by this council up so we can collect data, hopefully lowering the speed limit on North Ave, safer for everybody. I am really here to hopefully make the streets safer in Wakefield. That's my goal. It's been for a long time, with kids, with cycling, with running, everything. So I hope the town council really thinks about, the future of what might be coming from Reading, but how do we make this safer? With sticks, without sticks, with the widths, whatever. But I really want to see what happens with the approved design that's been worked on for a couple of years. We can see how it's working. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
John Chrisley.
Good evening, John Chrisley, 19 Humphrey Street. As you probably know, you've seen me here several times before. I've been involved with the North Ave redesign for probably 4 years, including as an outgrowth of the townwide bicycle and pedestrian plan. And I want to note that of all the design guidance, that's what I primarily want to talk about tonight, the state and federal design guidance that's gone into the configuration that we have out there now. The two biggest things probably that affect safety on the roads was the striping of the main travel lanes from something was excessively wide down to 11.5 feet. A typical travel lane for a road like North Ave, where it carries heavy truck and traffic, is probably 11 to 12 feet. The council made the wise decision last year to stripe those main lanes at 11.5 feet. The northbound bike lane is, in most for the stretch on North Ave, 5 feet wide, which is a minimum width for a bike lane when you have curb, storm drains, and then, in this case, the buffer lane. The members of the council that included the buffer lane are to be commended, because you can walk out there now and you can see the tangible benefits of the combination of the slower traffic speeds, the buffer lane, and the bike lane working together. And I want to briefly compare that with the counter proposal that's before the council tonight. One of the very negative changes is increasing the travel lanes from 11.5 feet to 12.5 feet. An interstate highway that carries truck traffic at 65 miles an hour is usually 11 to 12 feet. So I can't see any of the state and federal guidance that supports a 12.5-foot main travel lane on North Ave. Also in this counter proposal is the elimination of the northbound bike lane combined with the buffer lane. So 3 years of planning and debate went into that design. I think that design should be moved forward for a complete season between April and October and gather not only qualitative feedback, but speed data on the road itself. I want to note that the proposal includes this idea that we can have a 2.5 to 4 foot lane on the southbound side. That doesn't meet the minimum 4 to 5 foot minimum for a bike lane, and I think it's kind of a wishful thinking to think that that's going to be a safe spot for people to ride. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Dave Weinke. I practiced.
Good evening, councilors. I'm Dave Winnicky. I live at 58 Renwick Road. I'm new to Wakefield for the last 24 years. And I'm here as a beneficiary of the work that's been done. I'm training for the Boston Marathon, so I've spent the winter out enjoying what I would say may not be a safe street, but a safer street. This is an incremental battle. We're never going to have a street as complex as North perfectly safe. It's always going to be evolving, but it's a difficult road. The very wide width reassures drivers so they can begin to disengage. They're approaching a highway, so there's an incentive towards speed. And I've lived in exactly that neighborhood in Boston South End before moving here. And residents histrionically would say, can't we get a stoplight? Does someone have to get hit? The week after a kid got hit, we got the stoplight. Your action without tragedy is a kind of foresight that's both reducing risk, but also taking Wakefield's signature lake and making it a greater benefit. So this is something that I've appreciated over the winter, and I hope that any plan to change this implementation can be postponed so you can see what the use is like during the seasons that people spend time outdoor in towns in New England. And then from that, you can figure out what productive next steps might come with that more fulsome data. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, we are 4 minutes away from our required 7:03 public meeting. I'm not so sure we could squeeze in another agenda item.
6C?
Well, let's look at 6C then.
Mr. Chairman, can we also just note, we did get, I think, 20 pieces, by my count, of written public engagement on this topic. It looked like, and I apologize if I've missed one, that I think all of them were in favor of maintaining the current status of North Ave. Just want to make sure that that's part of the record.
These are all in our package and
Correct.
free for everybody to read, yes. What is 6C, Steve?
6C is the Soldiers and Sailors Rededication Update Town Capsule Letter for the Time Capsule.
Okay. Why don't we go with that? Is that Councilor Vincent?
That's Councilor
Yes, thank you, Chairman McLean. I move that the Town Council approve and sign the April 9, 2025 letter from the Town Council to the Wakefield citizens in the year 2102.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion?
Just the letter we have is April 14th, not April 9th.
Oh, thank you. April 14th. You're correct. The only thing the couple things I wanted to say is, one, I left 2 spots for the new town council members to also sign, or Sherry did that for me, so they'll be able to sign it after the election. I know that this rededication day is not a town council sponsored event, but we do have a time capsule here. We have 2 of them that are actually going to be buried somewhere near the monument. Only Ann Waite and Joe Conway and a couple of other people are going to know where. And the scouts are helping put the time capsule together. One of the things that we do have to put into the time capsule is a coin from 1865, which of course is the end of the Civil War. It's the 160th anniversary of the end of the Civil War this year. And a coin from 1902, which is when the memorial was dedicated. And then we'll have some current currency in there as well. Things like this letter. I know Chair Engels is going to get the school committee to do a letter as well. And we now have flyers for the event. It's on May 31st. From 12 to 2:30 is going to be interaction with Civil War reenactors and a lot of our students here in town. And then we'll have a formal ceremony from 3 o'clock until 4:30, organized by the Sons of Union Veterans of the Civil War. So thank you all for signing the letter. And then we'll give that back to Steve, and we'll make sure that gets in the compilation of things that are going to be put in the time capsule. Thank you.
Need a motion to,
I think a motion was made.
motion was made and seconded.
Yep.
Relative to the letter. All those in favor? All opposed? Sherry, that's 7-0. Item 7 is the public hearing, 7:03 p.m. We seem to be closing in on that by 10 seconds by my watch. And this is a public hearing regarding the liquor license of Sahajanand Inc., DBA Mobile Mart at 950 Main Street. I would entertain a motion that we open the public hearing.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
And Steve, would that be a vote?
Yes.
And it would be roll call, yep. Counselor Carney?
Yes.
Counselor Chines?
Yes.
Counselor Dabrowski?
Aye.
Counselor Butt?
Yes.
Counselor Vincent?
Yes.
Counselor Butler?
What are we voting on again?
We're
comment.
opening a public
Public
meeting
hearing.
for
Oh,
the
okay.
liquor license.
Yes.
And I am a yes, that's 7-0. Sherry? Counselor, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail, representing Sahajanand Inc., DBA Mobile Mart, regarding an application for a license allowing an off-premises sale of wine and malt beverages at the property located at 950 Main Street in the Greenwood section of Wakefield. With me tonight is Jay Krishna Patel. He resides in Stoneham, lived in Wakefield for a number of years. He is one of the owners of Sahajanand Inc. and the proposed manager of the license. As stated in our application package, the other owner is Sandeep Patel, who is a resident of Woburn. Jay and Sandeep are also the owners of Bahavia 2 LLC, the entity that owns the real estate at 950 Main Street. So here tonight, you actually have a local owner of the business and a local owner of the real estate on which the business operates, in total control of the property. The sale of wine and malt beverages will be incorporated into the other products currently sold at the Mobile Mart convenience store, along with gasoline. This store has a very loyal following with many regular customers that have requested consistently that they should sell wine and malt beverages as a convenience to them as their customers. Jay and Sandeep are very successful local business people who are committed to this business in the community, as is evidenced by their actions that they've taken. As a little bit of a background, Jay started this small business at this location in 2010, originally as a tenant at 950 Main Street. He was a tenant to Bursar Oil. For a long time, you might recall, the store was named Fast Freddy's. And Jay rented the property and ran the gasoline operation and the convenience store as a tenant. Jay, through the entity Bahavia 2 LLC, purchased 950 Main Street, the real estate, from Bursa Oil in December of 2018 when it went up for sale. It was in a state of disrepair. He was a tenant, didn't have a lot of say over the property. At that time, Bursa really didn't want to do improvements to the property as part of their protocol. They offered it to the tenant first, and Jay and Sandeep seized the moment and acquired the property. This is where I think it's important to note that Jay and Sandeep wasted no time after purchasing the property and immediately made significant renovations to the property, benefiting the business, their business, but also benefiting the neighborhood. These renovations were permitted, as I mentioned, they bought it in December of 2018. The renovations were permitted by the Board of Appeals during hearings that occurred from October 2019 to February of 2020. The end result was significant building upgrades, new windows, new materials, painting, and significant site upgrades, including new state-of-the-art underground tanks, new pavement, granite curbing throughout the property, landscaping features. A landscaping plan was required, which is adhered to. New canopy was put in, new lighting, new gas dispensers, and new signage, the cost of approximately $450,000. In addition to investing in the property, Sahajahan also participates in community events as youth sports sponsors and Independence Day event contributors. They also, when asked, allow the youth of Wakefield to sell raffle tickets on their property or solicit customers on a regular basis. It's interesting that Jay has told me that request has gone down in recent years. I think it just might be a trend. Perhaps that was triggered by COVID, but they remain open to that concept if anyone approaches them. Furthermore, the business is run very responsibly and professionally. As it relates to the sale of tobacco products on the property, Sahajahan recently received a certificate of compliance from the Wakefield United Prevention Coalition. And if I could read it, it states, it's to Mobile Mart, awarded to Mobile Mart. Congratulations, you've been tested by a tobacco program checker and a successfully requested ID. We applaud your contributions towards making Wakefield a better place. In addition to that, today, I personally spoke with Maureen Busby, the Regional Tobacco Program Coordinator, and she stated that in addition to being consistently in compliance on their spot checks, Sahajahan is also always in compliance with their posting requirements, which she thought was impressive. And she took note and made note of that for me. We submitted a floor plan showing where the wine and malt beverages would be displayed. And Jay is planning on there will be new coolers that will be put in for that purpose within the existing floor space. And they can be locked at all times. So if there's days that it's not allowed to be sold, to be able to lock the portion of the beverages that will be in the coolers. Sahajahan has consistently demonstrated through its actions how a small business in Wakefield should be operated as a good, responsible corporate citizen. Jay has already been tip certified for off-premises sales and is committed that any of his employees will be tip certified when they work before any sale of alcohol would take place. On behalf of Sahajahan and Jay, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration. We respectfully request that you approve the application for the issuance of a Mass General Laws, Chapter 138, Section 15, off-premises wine and malt license, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
And Sherry, it appears all approvals have been obtained.
Yes, they are all set.
And do we have the graphic of the location of?
Should be on your, the floor plan was submitted as part of your package.
Okay, I didn't see it.
It's in our packet. I'm sure it was submitted.
Yeah, I have a copy if you'd like me to hand that up, pass around.
Sure.
I brought it.
Sure. We can just pass it around.
Can I approach?
Please.
He moved it over there.
Thanks. Start that way and go the other way. Any questions from councilors? Councilor Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. McGraw, for this, and thank you for having your client and the owner here tonight. I think that's really important. First off, sir, I'd like to compliment you on what you've done since 2018 relative to the property. You really have improved it considerably. So thank you for that. And I think it just goes to show that when we have folks that are invested in the community, that are close to the business and the day-to-day, it makes a difference. So thank you very much. One of the questions I had was actually for Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, how many beer and malt licenses do we have currently available, still left, if we know?
Yeah, so we are allowed 6 Section 15 off-premises licenses, which this falls into that category. Most recently, the council approved 1. If approved tonight, this would be the second one, so we would have 4 more.
Okay, thank you. I think my biggest concern, and the concern that I raised the last time when it was Circle K before, was the hours that you expected to sell alcohol. And in their case, I voted against it because I thought they were excessive in what they were looking for hours-wise. What are you looking to maintain as your hours for selling alcohol at your...
9 to 10, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Because we close at 10 and we open at 5:30 in the morning, but we can start alcohol mostly 9 o'clock. But if you can push it to 10, I know a problem. I can do 10 to 10.
Candidly, and I raise this because I don't think there's really reason to be purchasing alcohol at 9 a.m.
So we can do 10 to 10.
O'clock to me feels comfortable. 10 to 10, that's a 12-hour window of time.
That's fine.
I think that's sufficient. So if that's something you're willing to do, then you would certainly have my support for this.
Okay.
As I said, I support local business. I support what you're doing here in our community. I think you're a very good community neighbor.
Yeah.
I just have a concern about making sure that we're selling alcohol within appropriate hours. And I think
so we can. There is no window frame we write in the application. Whatever you suggest, we're willing to do it. As good for the community,
And I appreciate you offering that up too, without my having to try to, persuade you to do so. So thank you for that. Okay, thank you. And nothing further.
Any other questions? Councilor Butler.
I guess I am a touch concerned, and this came up with the Circle K. I think the notion of, I don't want, these are 6 relatively precious licenses that I feel that they're probably not intended to be sort of convenience store, for a convenience store beer sales, or not generally. I would think that this beer and wine is probably more designed, I think I would prefer to use these more judiciously rather than have them at sort of a host of mini marts throughout the town. I think they should probably be in our places where there are, where there's more general shopping versus a quick serve, quick hit place. I don't think we need another place for quick and easy alcohol sales that isn't tied to a broader sale of, common, I guess, foodstuffs and whatnot. So I guess I'm probably a no, and not against you, but against any sort of convenience storeization of beer and wine. Like, I don't think that's what I think these are relatively valuable, relatively precious. I'm not looking to have the next 4 people who have convenience stores in town come before us and make it y'all as the precedent. So that's probably why I'm a no until we figure out as a council where we want to value this and where we want to put, where we would like these beer and wine licenses to go versus just having this become a land grab for them.
Councilor Carney.
I voted against the Circle K, and I voted because I was concerned about how it was going to affect the liquor stores. But if it appears that the council is going to award these to people, and I haven't heard from the liquor, I don't know the people who own the liquor stores, but I haven't heard from either. I'm not sure we should be picking that. In fact, I think that's dangerous to say I'm going to qualify who's going to get this. This is the second applicant. We have 4 more that are going to come up. And I'm wondering how, I'm still concerned about how it's gonna affect the liquor stores. I don't know that business, so maybe the beer market is not their profit margin, but I am concerned about that. But I don't think we can pick or choose who's gonna get it. And this is our second applicant. He's invested money in the property. And personally, I voted against Circle K, but I think I'm going to vote for the next 5 because it's a person who comes up, who's asking us to do it, who's invested in the community. I certainly would vote against someone who didn't do the kind of investments that this business did. But I don't think we can just pick and choose who's going to get these liquor licenses and say, okay, well, this is what
We're giving them an
this is.
enormous value. His business becomes dramatically worth a lot more money if we say yes.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You have a reason to believe that's gonna happen. And what happens when you
That a convenience store that
4 more
sells
liquor
beer
stores?
and wine is worth a ton more than one that doesn't sell beer and wine? Yeah, I'm willing to say that is definitively true. And you could ask him. It is worth a fair bit too.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think this is a good discussion, an interesting discussion, and I'm just going to use it to highlight, I think, some work that the health department is doing right now to start to look at our regulations when it comes to alcohol licenses. And I think that'll be a long process, obviously, that will be involved with the Board of Health, I would imagine the Economic Development Council, but I think these types of questions, you know, Councilor Carney, Councilor Butler, that you're raising are the right ones. I think in the absence of that guidance and a policy that, you know, we've kind of adopted as a body, you know, I'm comfortable with this application. I think, again, you've done a great job as a responsible owner in the community. We do have extra licenses, and while they are valuable, they're not valuable if they sit unused. And so I do think it makes sense to approve this proposal, but I think the larger questions that are being raised, I fully expect that will come back to this body, you know, as sort of a policy discussion, and I think that's an important discussion for us to have.
Mr. McGrail is going to be before us with 4 additional people within the next span of 3 months if you say yes to this. Or Mr. McGrail or someone else. But like, this is, you know, if you don't say no to anything, you're going to be faced with, you're going to give these away. And the fact, yes, it's worth a lot, especially if it's not used. It's worth the scarcity value here. It's why they're, you know, I think we delivered one, but I think that was just more this was the launch of it, but I didn't think we were opening it up to become, you know, and John or Councilor Carney, yeah, that is our job. It is our job to pick and say, like, oh, is this the right location? Is this what we want? Or do we want to have a broad process around it? I think we should have a broad process, and I don't think it's a health thing. I think this is an economic thing. And it's, you know, what do you want in this town? If you keep giving away our rights, our sort of town-wide property rights to any developer who asks, you're going to end up in a mess.
Councilor Carney.
I honestly think it's more important that we have a businessman who came into this community, invested in the community, and rebuilt a piece of property that was in disrepair. I think that's more important than where they are or whom they are. So in a counter argument to you, this gentleman was the second one to come up. He took the shot. He's looking for a license. He's looking to improve things. It's not like he left his building in disrepair after the former owner, you know, left it and sold it to him. So he's invested in this community. This is what we always talk about is the businesses that we're asking the dealership up at the head of the lake. We're still criticizing them because they're not doing what they promised. The property down on Water Street still hasn't lived up to the standards that we asked them to live up to, or at least Councilor Dabrowski did. So the issue here is the fact that we've got someone who's invested in the community. And if I'm going to give a license to anybody, it's someone who I know is invested in this community and put his own money up, not our money. Thank you.
Councilor Butt.
Hi, nice to see you, neighbor.
see you.
I don't see you as often as I don't drive into work every day anymore, but so nice to see you. And I agree with everything that everyone said. You really made the property look so different, and you and your family are true members of the community. Brian, I saw what you passed around. It wasn't part of our packet, but can you explain a little bit, whatever timeline, whatever time is open? It looks like you're going to have it in 2 locations or 1 location.
It's going to be a cooler for the cold beverages, and then there's going to be shelving for the wine.
And so the hours that those aren't sold, are you going to lock it up? Are you going to have like I lived in DC for a long time, and there used to be a screen?
They have the cooler come with the lock, so you can lock it up so nobody can open the coolers.
Okay.
And if somebody bring the product on counter, you can say it's not the time. We can sell it alcohol. Because
Okay.
everybody tip certified, they know what's the rules and regulation, so they can stop the customer.
And there's a cover that they can put on the
Great,
wine.
yeah, just because I saw that it was in like 2 locations, and I feel like Circle K, it was all
Correct.
going to be behind 1 location. So those will be locked up when it's not for sale. And then everyone selling will get tip certification.
Yes.
Right, not just you, everyone that.
Yeah, right now everybody's working is already tip certified. They're already packed.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it would be nice to have a larger conversation. Oh, and then the other question is for our council. Do liquor license follow the establishment, or do we get it back?
They are typically sold with the establishment.
Okay.
But with the assent of the licensing authority.
But that's us, or that's the
That's you.
state? Oh, that's us,
What
okay.
we do is we make you apply for a whole new license when a new owner comes in.
So a new owner comes
It'd be a
in,
whole new hearing, whole new license.
Have we ever said no?
Well, you'd have to have a good reason.
That's what I'm saying. So
We
like-
have taken some back because
That's
of
what
bad,
I'm saying.
bad,
Like
bad
here,
action,
you're
yeah.
giving this, and it's forever. Like you have 6 of them, but once you give away those 6, you're not getting them back.
Well, I can't say what other councils
No, I'm not
are gonna
saying. I'm
do,
just
but
saying in
it'd
general,
be a whole
like you
new
can't.
application.
Yeah,
And
you can't
Yes.
get this back.
Yes.
You're not clawing back a liquor license unless there's malfeasance. So if you give this away, don't pretend like you're not, like this is our rubber stamp that we're giving away nothing here.
and then just sorry, one more question.
please, yeah.
How much is, and I should know this, but how much is the fee every year for this type of license?
Oh, I don't know that offhand. Do you know?
Sherry?
Yeah, it's 2,000.
Okay.
2,000.
And we had looked at that a couple of years ago about
Right.
redoing all of our
Yeah.
licensing fee,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's-
we had looked at that, and
And
we
we
were doing
didn't
it
do
just
it.
before COVID hit,
Yeah.
so
Right.
we put the brakes on. for
And
that
so that's
reason.
another suggestion, is I would look at that. I mean, I do think they are good business owners, but it is a lot of money. And do we relook at what those are and look at what other towns around us are charging each year?
Councilor Dombrowski.
Just in hearing some of the arguments tonight, it feels a bit intellectually inconsistent that just within the last few months, we had this multinational corporation that sent in a high-powered attorney and tried to make arguments on their behalf, saying that they were such a good neighbor to us. Meanwhile, we literally have someone who we can say has been a good neighbor, has invested a lot of money in improving that corner, which is, candidly, that's the town square of Greenwood, where you are, frankly. You're willing to be very flexible in terms of your hours go. And we have a free market system here. And I understand, Councilor Carney, your point, your concern about the liquor stores, but I also have been into a number of liquor stores that are in utter disrepair. And if they want to be able to attract the consumer, they have a lot of work to do to be able to do that. And so if there are other locations that people are more inclined to go to, I think that's important. I would also say, too, that please don't lose sight of the fact that alcohol consumption patterns are changing. And there are a lot of non-alcoholic beers, a lot of craft non-alcoholic beers that are really dominating the market. And if you look at the research from where we've been even over the last 5 years, if you want to have the advantage in that, have that offering for folks, because there are too many people who are looking for that. And we're not just talking about the O'Douls of years past. We're talking about the Athletics and the Heineken Zeros and the Becks and all those sorts of things that come into the mix that I think would really be a value add to our community in a way that a lot of the other establishments that do sell alcohol are not doing, in a robust way. So I would really encourage you to do that. I'm not looking to make that a condition of it, but it would be a good business, candidly, to do that.
Yeah, we can do that, no problem. That's our goal, the craft beer and the non-alcoholic, because this is the new market, new trench.
It's totally changed.
Yeah.
People aren't buying the 30 packs of Coors Light. I mean, this is not my college days anymore. Things have changed.
And I
Golden
don't think I gonna carry the 30 pack because
Right.
of the space issue.
Right.
So we're just gonna have all of the 6 pack basically, just like quicker.
But just to be able to differentiate yourself and be able to recognize,
Yeah.
I think that's where the value add is, candidly, from my perspective. But I can't understand why we would decline you when this other business was allowed. It doesn't make any sense. And if there's a broader policy discussion to be had or and the like, that's important. But that behooves this council in whatever configuration to do that. But you are asking for a license, which is well within your rights to be able to do. And because this council doesn't have a set policy, that doesn't mean you should be, the one that has to suffer as a result of that. It just means that more work needs to be done. Thank you.
Councilor Mullen had a comment, but I also have a question for you when you're done.
Okay, I just wanted to point out, for what it's worth, there's a statutory minimum number that Wakefield is assigned that we can give out. But if we exhaust that number, it's by no means unusual to go for special legislation to increase that number. Many communities do that. And
My questions were based on what I'm hearing. I think you said there's a legal requirement that we would need a good reason to deny an applicant. Did you say that?
Well, yes, yeah. It's easier to say no in the first instance than to say no to an application for to continue to renew a license. But yeah, you have to have something to say before the ABCC when there's an appeal.
Right, and from a legal standpoint, I'm hearing things like from Councilor Butler about qualitative aspects. I mean, do we have judgment relative to, we'd rather see a wine and cheese shop get the next license as opposed to, and I'm not saying I'm against your market, or just asking council the question, council with an S.
You certainly couldn't take a license away from somebody for that reason. But I think that there is a difference between the standard that's applicable in the first instance when you grant versus when the question is if it's to be renewed or taken away.
Perhaps if you get to numbers 5 and 6, would the council then have more discretion or a stronger discretionary case to say we're going to hold on the next couple and make sure the people that get them or the businesses that get them are the type we would prefer, or is that out of line?
I've never heard that the ABCC applies that kind of reasoning.
So the ABCC would not necessarily care.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. I just
Councilor
want-
McLean, and also, just to clarify, the wine and cheese shop got a different type of license. It wasn't this license, so it's completely different.
Right. I guess I'm trying to figure out what businesses it is that Councilor Butler would rather see get these kinds of licenses.
I mean, I don't know, Shaw's Farmland, grocery stores. But I think Council Mullen was clearly stating that, the burden is much higher after this fact. If you give this, and by the way, if you give this one, and then you give one to 7-Eleven, and then you give one, then you've got no leg to stand on when you try and say no at 5 and 6.
Well, we may have already opened up that.
No, but I don't think we did, because the premise of the one there was that it wasn't a Wakefield primarily. It isn't in the hub. It is on the fringes. It is largely people stopping off the highway and shopping there. That the Irving or whatever it's called now is not a general neighborhood destination. And I think I think apparently, yeah, I do remember Fast Freddy's, and it was in terrible disrepair, and you have made it much nicer. His place is also like, it is a successful business now. It would be more successful potentially with beer and wine, but he's built this place now, and I know you're saying like, oh, we don't want to reward, or we don't want to penalize somebody for, I just think, and I don't even have a problem with it going down this road. I think we got the first instance, and by the way, and not to shine his shoes, but I don't think there's a more powerful lawyer in our town than Councilor McGrail.
Thank you, Mr.
But the premise is that, like, I think we should actually think this through before we. And frankly, had we had the opportunity, I would have loved to say no to any number of the liquor stores that have come before us, considering their operations are run in a much more shoddy manner than the applicant's is. But we clearly can't pull it. That burden of proof is much higher. So I'm just concerned that we're setting ourselves down a path where we're going to face multiple applicants in a relatively short order for licenses that, but by the way, it's a minimum, so we have to do 6, but we could potentially do more?
No, I said it's a maximum, but that's subject to change through special legislation.
Of the state?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, again, I think we're granting something that has relatively great value with relatively little thought.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the license as presented with the hours that the citizen agreed to.
10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any further discussion?
You need to do public comment.
Public comment. Is there any public comment on the license that we are considering? I think the public has heard enough.
Just make one point, just
Yes,
to
sir.
Councilor Butler's point. So the grocery store thing, I believe there's a limit as to the number of licenses the grocery store can have in the state,
think
which is
so
why
anymore.
Shaw, maybe that's changed, but I think that would have been the issue.
It used to be
Shaw's.
3 only, and
Yeah.
now I think it's expanded. And somebody out there knows.
It's 9.
It's 9 now.
Still small.
Yeah. So yeah, our Shaw's is too small.
Well, is that the Shaws that Shaws would pick? But
No, that is not. I can answer
certainly
that one.
for farmland, that would be perhaps a business opportunity for them to consider.
Councilor Vincent.
Thank you, Chair McLean. One thing to bear in mind is we actually do have an alcoholic beverages instruction, and one of the reasons we adopted that annual review of instructions was for this purpose. So when the alcoholic beverages gets put on the agenda, whatever month that, I know today we have benches and structures, that's a good time to look at that instruction and see how you might want to modify it to address some of these concerns that you have. I just don't know whether we've even set what month to put that one in.
No, we haven't. So again, the health department is doing some kind of preliminary research, and meeting with folks like the economic development director, the Chamber of Commerce, gathering in some information to start to present some ideas for the Board of Health, the Economic Development Council, and the Town Council to consider for a future policy. So I think the intent is to take more of a larger view with the whole policy rather than just necessarily doing something quick, given that it is more complex than some of the other policies that we've adopted, and it's also been quite a while since we've looked at it.
Well, we're having conversations around the motion, right?
Discussion, yep.
Yeah.
It seems to be discussion on the motion. We've had a motion seconded.
Yeah, no.
We can
I was
vote,
just
but
trying
I
to
don't
figure out
wanna
where we
cut
were
anybody
going,
off.
where that piece was going, because I'm like, I'm not sure how I stay on motion. I have nothing sort of further to add. I think I'm less concerned about the health aspects of this than the economic implications, the economic sort of, not giveaway, but yeah, this is a bit of an economic giveaway from the town to this business owner because he asked nicely.
I will say though, and again, we're getting off track, and I want to keep us. I don't want to get too far afield, but I think that the health and the economic aspects are actually fairly well connected, because what we think about in terms of policies and regulations from a health perspective also do affect our ability to pull back licenses because of malfeasance in the future. And so that's something where I don't think it's necessarily two issues that are divorced from each other. Even if you look at it from a purely economic development perspective, I think the way in which we draft and the way in which we kind of lay out our health-related regulations around alcohol sales does have an economic impact, positive or negative. And so that's where I think the complexity of the discussion will come into.
That's certainly true. And I'm just saying that, alcohol's an addictive substance, which makes it, highly profitable to sell, which is why I want, this is, it's a very good thing for his business. And it's great if we want to grant his business that, great.
I could just add one thing, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
I would just respectfully suggest it's not an economic giveaway to my client. It's economic support to a responsible, good businessman, long-standing businessman in this community. So you're providing him an opportunity to enhance his business, to keep it successful, and to keep him moving forward so he can continue to be a good contributor to the community. So we're asking for your support to allow him to expand his business to add a certain component.
Yeah, I would say that it is more than he just asked nicely. It's a $2,000 fee, and it is all the items that have been mentioned about his investment in the community, which I very much appreciate. And you may want to use this in the future. The other lawyer indicated that she might want to buy a bottle of wine for dinner because during her busy schedule earlier in the morning. So keep that one in mind.
I can wait till 10.
Take that from a low-powered attorney. Yeah. All right. If we've exhausted this, all those in favor? All those opposed? That's 6-1. Sherry with Councilor Butler opposed. Thank you very much. Thank gentlemen for coming in. Thanks for your presentation.
One other matter on this, Mr. Chair, where this business is within 500 feet of a church, the council has to make a specific finding that it is not detrimental, this license will not be detrimental to the educational and spiritual activities of any school or church. That's required by the statute.
So, Mr. Chair, I move to affirm that the granting of this license, in the opinion of the council, is not will not have a detrimental effect on the mission of the school or church near the location. If I have that correctly under the statute.
Yep.
And I think there's two churches, right? There's a church across the street.
That's the church that the town decided, yeah.
And then the one on the corner.
One in the corner and one next
Across
to the post
there's
office.
actually
Yes.
two churches.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know, just plural.
Churches.
Thank
Are
you.
there two schools too?
Yeah.
Okay.
One school.
Do we have a second on that one?
Second.
It is seconded by Councilor Dombrowski. Any discussion on churches and schools? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's 7-0. Sherry, thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Best of luck.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing has been seconded. Any discussion? If not, we will do a roll call on this.
Yes.
Councilor Carney's yes. Councilor Chines?
Yes.
Councilor Dombrowski?
Aye.
Councilor Butt?
Yes.
Councilor Vincent?
Yes.
Councilor Butler?
Yep.
And I'm yes. Sherry, that's 7-0. We are now back to our regularly scheduled program.
I think item 6A.
6A North Ave reconfiguration and restriping of bike and travel lanes with a vote expected. Gentlemen. Good evening, folks. Good evening.
So for the record, Town Engineer Bill Renault, joined by
Joe Conway, Public Works Director.
Welcome.
Thank you. So would you like me to go first? I think Councilor Vincent might have wanted to say a couple of words as well.
Yeah, I was going to expedite
Councilor
this.
Vincent.
Thank you, Chair McLean. I move that the town council, in accordance with the recommendations of the fire and police chiefs, approve my proposed cross-section as set forth in item 6A of the town council's April 14th, 2025 agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Reno.
Sure. So in your packet was provided a PowerPoint outlining basically kind of the history of how we got here. So just to kind of go through this quickly, I know you folks are pressed for time with a pretty heavy agenda. So this started back in October of 21, where I provided during one of our town council engineering updates a proposal to repurpose portions of a MassWorks grant that we had received for water main improvements to actually divert some of those funds towards a 12-foot wide shared use path on North Ave. That proposal was approved by the state back in February of 22. And then by May of 22, we were receiving emails from a former counselor as well as the Safe Streets Working Group to review drafts of the bike and ped plan, which is kind of going in tandem with this proposal. Fast forward to June of 22, we had a traffic advisory committee meeting for the bike and ped plan, which highlighted a couple of the slides that are in before you right now, looking at North Ave with the 12-foot shared use path, as well as the draft of the bike and ped plan, the initial one that also had that same 12-foot shared use path. Fast forward to July of 22, we have a bike and ped plan public meeting, and Safe Streets Working Group provide comments on North Ave, kind of emphasizing a request to have a modified cross-section that would include a buffered bike lane. We received written comments to those by basically saying the same stuff from that meeting. In August of 22, I was on a site walk in September of 22 for Safe Routes to School that was also attended by the Safe Streets Working Group that had highlighted this as something to move forward with soon and to come back with the North Ave design in the near term. So I held a meeting with Safe Streets Working Group in November of 22 where they provided some comments based on some design options. Those design options are over here. So let's see, where am I? Oh, actually, next slide, yeah. So this was our December of 2022 meeting where we came in with 4 cross sections. Cross section 1 was essentially taking away 4 feet of the shared use path to dedicate it towards a 4-foot bike lane with an 8-foot sidewalk. Option 2 had an on-street bike lane taking up 5 feet of travelway and necking down the sidewalk area down to 10 feet. Option 3 was the consensus plan with Safe Streets Working Group that had requested a 2 to 3 foot buffer area and a 5 to 6 foot wide bike lane. At that meeting, the town council asked to add flex posts into that design. So that's what was moved forward with as we moved into actual heavy design. And basically, we had a series of discussions between 2023 and 2024 on the bike plan. The North Ave had come up here and there, but not really as a standalone discussion. So fast forward to construction timeframe, June of 2024. The council asked to revisit discussion on the flex post, as well as looking at potentially reallocating the roadway and how we had planned to carve it up. The plan that's attached to this on this slide shows essentially where we were at: 11.5-foot travel lanes, 1-foot shoulder in the southbound direction, and then we were asked to have a solid 3-foot strip, buffer strip, and then have variability within the bike lane, which would make that between 4.5 to 7 feet, depending on the section of the road you're in. So we had deployed that. By December of 2024, we had completed installation of the lane, go strip, and flex posts, and that was painted in December, which obviously isn't the ideal time. We ran into some issues with paint, which we had to, which had some bleed through over the black paint that we used to black out sections of the old center line. Fixed that up in January 7th of 2025. Flex posts were removed December 17th for winter maintenance that was planned to come forward. So since all that, I have had Councilor Vincent reach out to me for a proposed cross-section looking at, as shown on the screen here, which would repurpose the roadway again with 2 12.5-foot travel lanes with sharrows, a 2.5 to 4 foot shoulder in the southbound direction, and a 4 to 5 foot shoulder in the northbound direction. Again, with all of these, we're not changing curb lines or the curb-to-curb width, as that's already been constructed, so that's working within those parameters. I can continue to talk about stuff in Reading, or if we want to maybe stop and chat about this, it's entirely up to the council how they want to handle it.
Could you, yeah, let's talk about what you do have in Reading.
Okay, sure. All right, we'll jump to Reading. So existing, so this is the existing 75-foot right-of-way in Reading for Walker's Brook Drive. So this is going under the bridge. So currently they have a 6-foot sidewalks on either side, 3-foot shoulders, and then 4 12-foot travel lanes. They have 3 different proposals on the table over there. First one is looking at buffered bike lanes where they would have maintain the 6-foot sidewalk, add a 5-foot buffered bike lane with a 3-foot buffer, reduce all of their travel lanes down to 11 feet. And that would be mirrored on the northbound side as well. Their second alternative looks at a 12-foot shared use path, adding a new, what they're calling a furnishing zone, so 5-foot furnishing zone, 4-foot shoulder, and then again 3 11-foot drive lanes, 4-foot shoulder on the southbound side with a widened sidewalk, I believe. Are they widening it? Nope. They are. Yep, they're widening that sidewalk out to 8.5 feet. And then the third alternative, which requires them to take another 4 feet of right-of-way, has the 2-foot cycle track located in the northbound lane. I'm sorry, in the southbound lane, with a 5-foot furnishing zone, 4-foot shoulder, and then 3 11-foot drive lanes, smaller sidewalk, and shoulder. Going towards the north line.
Question.
Yep.
Is this looking north or south?
This is looking north.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see the bridge or the...
The bridge is not there, no. Just beyond it. But we do have a Chili's sign, though, so we have or I should say they do, so.
Home Depot would have been.
Yeah, Home Depot might have been better, but there we go, right.
And just to clarify, these are all 3 proposals. None of these have passed by the select board in Reading.
No.
Or the engineering department.
No, so they're intent, so they're going through their due diligence in their kind of preliminary design phase.
Right, so none of this has been voted upon.
Right, and their intent is to go through Mass DOT and fund it through one of their programs, whether it's TIP or whatever it may be. They have a roundabout further up. They have a whole slew of other things that they're looking at, but I'm focusing just really on kind of the real alignment of the right of way.
But just want to be clear that this is another town. You're showing us 3 proposals that have to go through the 2+ year timeline that we've gone through already. They're like, they're more than 2.5 years behind us.
Yeah, well, we're built, so
Okay.
we're well ahead of
Just
that.
wanted to explain that, because I don't want anyone to think that this is happening, because Reading, they're not close.
Sure.
And their sidewalks are much less traveled than ours on this section of Walker's Brook versus North Ave.
Yeah, I mean, I would think, in talking with them when we initially had proposed our plan, I mean, they knew what we were looking to do. That was shown to them well in advance of obviously us constructing it. And they had a desire to connect into Wakefield to, obviously for recreation around the lake and to kind of go and use that area.
We could not get away with the 6-foot sidewalk on the North Ave side.
But I don't think
that's why we went with 10.
I was never proposing that. I think the idea was to widen it out. I mean, it was 5 to 6 feet in sections. We found that it was too tight, so the intent was to widen that out. So.
But we also don't have a 75-foot ROW.
We do for a portion, then it necks down, and we don't have it. So yeah, it varies. But let
me ask you a question.
Sure, before I jump back.
In the earlier planning, though, wasn't there a discussion about bringing southbound bike lanes and connecting with southbound bike lanes in Wakefield?
Southbound?
Yeah. Didn't Mr. Leichtefeld at one point say that, the intent would be that this would hook up with a Wakefield bike path heading southbound?
Yeah, I think his intent was that it would tie in with our system, that clockwise system around. So that was what the dialogue was. At one point, they were looking at a southbound lane. It really became a right-of-way issue. That's why, because we were looking to have that wider shared use paths, 10-foot sidewalk area. And then that's where we just run out of real estate essentially.
We've had discussions about this.
You have, yep.
36 feet, and Councilor Carney and I went out and measured ours. At some points it was 31.5.
Right, but again, it was me misspeaking on the 36, trying to remember.
Right, I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just saying we don't have the room that we're looking at here.
Oh,
We all understand that.
That I 100% agree with.
Yeah.
And then lastly, Councilor Vincent had highlighted to us that there is a bike detection area that's highlighted in this signal. These are in other locations too, so just in my travels, there's a whole series of these in Waltham, around the Totten Pond, Trapella Road, that whole area. All of those don't have bike accommodations in them, so this isn't necessarily something to add bike accommodations. They didn't do that in any of those roads that they maintain, so just wanted to highlight that as something that we have going southbound. There isn't one going northbound, but these are in other locations that don't necessarily have bike accommodations, just so everyone's clear on where they're used, where I've seen them used, and whether they're active or not with the vehicle, the bike detection. I couldn't even answer that at this point because they're all maintained by MassDOT. And I think that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer questions on any of the proposals.
Councilor Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Renault, for this presentation and all the work you've been doing on this. It's been, like you point out, a multi-year exercise. I heard a lot of discussion earlier this evening talking about the fact that we don't have the data collected relative to the utilization of these bike lanes. And I'll grant anyone, they can make that argument that these flex poles were put up and the lanes were really created at a very late point in 2024. Sure. My motivation to push to have them up on a trial basis in the fall was not from the bicyclist perspective, but it was from the vehicle perspective. Because I was hoping that by having them up, the driver could experience what that was like, and we would be able to troubleshoot. And I think it's fair to say that in very short order, we did just that. I think we ended up with a lot of feedback from folks, a lot of motorists who indicated the challenges that these flex posts and the redesign created. I understand the painting, that was one thing because of the time of year, that's a totally separate issue. But it was just the width that became an issue for folks. And I was speaking with a number of different folks in recent weeks, and just this past weekend I was speaking to some EMT folks, and they were talking about the challenges that North Ave presents for them. And so when we talk about the idea of improving safety, I think we can all agree, no matter what anyone's position is relative to North Ave, we want to make that as safe as possible. But what does that mean? And I think we have different opinions of that, candidly. Hearing from folks who literally are driving ambulances saying that it's too narrow and it's a treacherous stretch of roadway is really concerning to me. That really stands out to me. And I would love an opportunity for us to have twice as much right of way so everyone could have what they're looking for. But as you point out, we have very limited real estate. It's very coveted real estate. And how do we best use that? And where's the balancing that comes in here? I travel that road frequently. I mean, that is a major thoroughfare into town. It's just the reality of it. It comes up to a major highway system. Looking online, the Federal Highway Administration says, as mentioned earlier, 11 or 12 feet. Actually, FHA says 12 to 13 feet is kind of what you see on a highway. But what's different here, though, is on a highway, you don't have the Amazon trucks, the UPS trucks, all the deliveries that you have. So what have I seen? How have I seen they're adapting to this new configuration? They're pulling up and parking on the sidewalks now, especially on the southbound side. So, and I know at least one neighbor had commented on what the experience is like for him. I think part of this is we talked a lot about North Ave. I don't know that there was much in the way of engagement of the people who were most directly affected by it. And we're hearing a lot of the stories of the people who live on North Ave or perpendicular to North Ave, and what their experience is like, the coming in and out of your street. That would be a really harrowing experience for someone, I think, when you're thinking about, all right, well, is that Amazon truck now not going to be on the major thoroughfare, but instead, bang onto the side street where my child might be playing, because up until this reconfiguration, my child could be out there more safely because it was a dead-end street and it was quiet. That's perhaps one of the unintended consequences. I don't doubt for a second that the folks that are promoting this bike lane are looking to make this area safe for everyone. I think they're sincere in that. But I think we have to step back and realize that regardless of time of year, this roadway is used primarily by motorists and always will be. And to hear, well, you did it in December, and so you didn't have the opportunity to see all the cyclists that would use it in the spring. Well, that's called seasonal usage. The road is a year-round endeavor for us. Vehicles that are traveling that road are traveling it in January and they're traveling it in June in the same kind of frequency. But what we're hearing already in a very short amount of time is those flex poles and that narrowing created a lot of safety concerns and issues. And we have, I know that Councilor Vincent always talks about, the subject matter experts. Well, I think we've got two in our two chiefs, police and fire, both of whom, have raised concerns relative to what this looks like now. I remain concerned about this. We don't have the real estate to be able to accomplish what, in an ideal world, everyone would like to see accomplished. So we have to give deference to what that primary mode of transportation is, and that is motor vehicles. We have widened that sidewalk, as was mentioned earlier. Cyclists can use the sidewalk under Massachusetts law now. There are a lot of other communities, even a place like Nantucket that has incredible connectivity. That's one wide pathway that's used. It's a shared path. And I recall, Mr. Renaud, you actually had proposed that initially, just doing a shared path on the northbound side of North Avenue. That would be the cyclists, the runners, the walkers, the baby strollers, all of that. So we've tried it. The feedback we've gotten from the motorists, I think, is sufficient to be able to determine that it's not the right configuration as it currently presents. The flex poles add a whole other element, especially to those that are living in this area. And most importantly, we have safety concerns relative to our emergency vehicles. I have driven down that I've gone northbound, and if there is, say, a wide truck, once there was a fire truck, some other, even like a big dump truck, if that's coming down at you, and you have those flex poles, which I experienced, it is very narrow. Whether if you got out of your vehicle, you saw you had like a foot clearance or whatever. When you're driving a vehicle and another large vehicle is coming at you in these narrowed lanes, it's not about slowing down. It's about making sure that the person isn't distracted for a brief second and then turn off. And there was also a comment made earlier about, okay, well, what happens if there's a delivery? There are backups that I've not seen before on North Avenue as a result of that, because there isn't the ability.
Sure, but first you'll have to unlock your device.
If you're making a left turn, the cars can't go around you anymore, so instead they're backed up behind you. Yep. We just unfortunately don't have the real estate, and so I think that we tried this, it doesn't work, and I think we need to restore back to something that doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Councilor Vincent.
Thank you, Chair McLean. I know that the members of the council and the public were able to look at my memo dated April 9th, 2025, but just to briefly synopsis it, I voted, and I am a proponent of the Wakefield Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan. I voted for that in March of 24, and I also voted for the current North Avenue configuration at our June 24, 2024 meeting. However, when the chiefs came in January of this year, I listened to their advice regarding the current width of the vehicle travel lanes, and the use of flex posts at North Avenue. So I went out and did some additional research myself. I re-looked at this situation. And in my opinion, I identified two highly relevant facts that was not previously considered by the town council. The first is that sign. That is a state sign erected in 2007 that provides travel advice for bicyclists proceeding southbound on North Avenue. And given the current configuration in Reading, and it is correct, Reading is years removed from doing the changes they're proposing, bicyclists can proceed from Reading into Wakefield. When they get to that sign, which is where the Subaru dealership is, up in the north part of North Avenue, it tells them when should they stop and when it is safe to proceed. And my concern is once they're told it's safe to proceed, when they get the green light, we haven't put anything in the southbound lane to make it safe for them to travel down the lane. I know they can go on the sidewalk, but summer is coming and pedestrians are going to be on the sidewalk. That was number one. Number two, I looked at the town of Reading's 3 possible designs for the future, and I saw all of them have southbound lanes coming towards Wakefield. Having reviewed those facts, I concluded that we have to accommodate southbound bicyclists traveling on North Avenue until Wakefield can reach an agreement with MassDOT and Reading on 3 matters. How and where bicyclists will travel under the 128 overpass, Wakefield should formally request that MDOT move the state sign to the northbound side of North Avenue. The state sign would then advise bicyclists traveling north when it is safe to proceed through the intersection of North Avenue and 200 Quantaponic Parkway in order to continue under the 128 overpass and into Reading. And 3, Reading should request that Wakefield adopt a design that places their southbound bike lane on the northbound side of Walkersbrook Road. I know this is going to take years for them to do this, but after addressing these 3 matters, then Wakefield can complete a northbound only bike lane on North Avenue. If so adopted, Wakefield would erect a left turn sign for bicyclists traveling southbound from Reading at the intersection of North Avenue and 200 Quantaponic Parkway. Bicyclists would then proceed around the parkway and then go south on Main Street into Wakefield, which is part of the Lakeview Loop. Until then, I respectfully submit that my proposal is the optimal approach. I know that both Chief Scory and Chief Sullivan, in their capacity as the public safety experts, have provided a letter supporting my proposal in its entirety. And the brief part of their letter I'll read is they say, your proposal, writing to me, dated March 28th, your proposal falls in line with a suggestion made by us at the January 13th, 2025 Town Council meeting that better use of the roadway could be achieved over its current configuration. We support this new proposal because it makes full use of the roadway with widened vehicle travel lanes and allows for bicycle use in both directions. Flex poles are not necessary with this configuration. The benefits that I don't want to be here having to do this, but I feel that having found the sign and done this additional research, that I have to do something to accommodate bicyclists heading southbound on North Avenue. Here's the benefits of my proposal. The 2.5 to 4 foot shoulder and bike share on the southbound side. That provides greater safety for southbound bicyclists than the current configuration, which has nothing for them. It enables the bicyclists to use the 2.5 foot to 4 foot shoulder and the road because it's a bike share. The 12.5 foot vehicle travel lanes. I thought long and hard about whether to make it a 3.5 to 5 foot shoulder and keep the travel lanes where they were. But I listened to the chiefs, and then I concluded that providing a wider travel lane for vehicles to move around a bicyclist, going from 11.5 to 12.5, provides a wider travel lane for vehicles to maneuver around a bicyclist without crossing the median and adhering to the 4 foot safe passing distance in Massachusetts. Right now, the problem is if you are a truck and there's a bicyclist going southbound on North Avenue, in order for you to yield that 4 feet, you have to cross the double line because of the width of your vehicle, which you're not allowed to do, but you have to yield 4 feet. So based on the advice from the chiefs, my proposal was to widen it to 12.5 feet. That also provides a wider lane for emergency and large vehicles to travel overall on North Avenue, even if there isn't any bicyclists. The 4 to 5 foot shoulder, which takes the place of the current 5 foot bike lane and 3 foot buffer zone. It enables bicyclists to use the 4 to 5 foot shoulder and the road because it's a bike share. If I was allowed under law to have a 4 foot bike lane, I would advocate for that tonight, but the bike lane needs to be
4.5.
Right. So I took the 8 feet, or I'm proposing to take the 8 feet that is in the current configuration, the 5 foot bike lane and the 3 foot buffer. Keep 4 feet of that there on the northbound side, because eventually I think we will have a bike lane when those other conditions I alluded to before are met. Putting 2 of those feet over into the southbound side to give some protection to bicyclists heading southbound, and adding 1 foot each to the 2 travel lanes for the reasons I just described. Based on my research since the chiefs came in January, this is my feeling of what's in the best interest of bicyclists and vehicles. One question for you, Mr. Runo. Did you at any point in time, and I know you worked on this admirably for years, advocate using flex posts?
No. Nope.
Okay. That's all I have, Chairman Klein.
Councilor Carney.
Yeah, I want to speak to another issue, and that's this traffic calming aspect of this. I live on Lowell Street, and I saw the circulation that came out before this meeting coming from our former counselor. a newer councilor, will be sitting in a couple of weeks. And basically, they're talking about doing Main Street still, okay? Well, you do the traffic calming on North Avenue, traffic calming on Main Street with what they propose, which is a 60-foot right-of-way where there's only 51 feet to do it, and nobody's ever come back and possibly challenged me on that, because I've measured it myself. Okay, it's impossible to do that without building a wall and expanding towards the lake and encroaching the lake. It's the only way you can do it, okay? But even with that, if you put traffic calming on North Avenue, you put traffic calming on Main Street, Route 129, the traffic is going to go down Lowell Street. It already is going down Lowell Street. And in the town's wisdom, they put a diesel gas station down on Lowell Street. So as coming from that neighborhood, I will never be for this. I've traveled from Worcester. 14 years I drove from Worcester, and I understand where Waze sent you. You have to understand, if you're a commuter, how often Waze will take you off route, okay? And when it takes you off route, it's because something's happening. I had a citizen this past week sitting in a department right across from the business district there, where they had a put on this big traffic jam on North Ave. So I went on Waze at work. I'm in Boston. I'm looking on Waze, and I can tell exactly where that traffic jam was and exactly where the cars were going and what was backing up the quickest. Because people are going to go the shortest route. And if they're regular commuters, they use Waze or Google Map to say, okay, what's the easiest way to get home? There's a traffic jam. Can I avoid something? And so I'm taking it from that standpoint. I don't think it's fair. The consequences to the neighborhoods that are going to be affected by this is fair at all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Councilor Butt.
So I'm just cognizant of the time. We have more than half our agenda to go. I just want to read Chapter 4 from our bike and pedestrian plan. It says, the town council shall solicit and consider the advice and recommendations from the Fire, Police, and Public Works Department, plus the Traffic Advisory Committee and the Multimodal Transit Bike Ped Official Town Committee prior to the approval of all projects. As the town council liaison to the Traffic Advisory Committee, this proposal was not sent there. It has not been on a meeting agenda. As Will said, this has not been before TAC since June 2022. So I'm making a motion to refer this to the Traffic Advisory Committee.
Second.
Motion seconded. Discussion on the motion. Councilor Vincent.
Thank you, Chair McLean. I looked at the meeting minutes for the Traffic Advisory Committee. I actually proposed that amendment that you just read, which the Town Council approved back in May of '24. On February 16th, 2024, the Traffic Advisory Committee looked at the overall bike and pedestrian master plan. They reviewed it. They made no recommendations on it. On March 11th, 24, the Town Council approved the bike and pedestrian master plan. In June of 24, the Town Council approved the current configuration on North Avenue. At no time did the Traffic Advisory Committee make any recommendation on the current configuration at North Avenue. Since they hadn't made any recommendation on the current configuration, that's why I didn't send it to the Traffic Advisory Committee on this change to it, but I solicited the advice from the police and fire chiefs. That's all I have.
Any other discussion, Councilor Chines, on the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supportive of Councilor Butt's motion because I think that it's critical that we view a major change like this, particularly given how short of a time the bike lane has been in place, with a good amount of caution and with an evidence-based discussion that is focused on data. One of the things that we know, and with all due respect to both Chief Scory and Chief Sullivan, one of the things that we do know is that neither of them are traffic engineers. I joked with Chief Scory after our meeting in January when he said, you know, when the flex poles were in place, I found I had to pay more attention as I drove down the street. And I said, well, you know, Chief, that's kind of the point. The point of this is that traffic calming does make the roads safer for more and more individuals, both drivers, bikers, and pedestrians. But we have an opportunity to test that. And that was always the intention of what we did with the flex poles. The idea was to put them up for a season, put them up during a time when people are actually biking, not 8 days in December when no one is out there biking because it's cold and it started snowing, which was why we took them down.
Are we arguing on the motion, or?
I'm arguing on why it is important to send it to the Traffic Advisory Committee.
Okay.
So if you would let me finish, please.
Oh, I certainly will.
Thank you. We have not had a chance to test this, and this is what the traffic advisory can do. They can look at the data that will determine what makes sense from a safety standpoint, what makes sense from a design standpoint, and what makes sense from a use standpoint. They can look at the fact that, we have accident reports going back from December when the flex post in the Lake Lane was installed, that as I've checked through, haven't shown that there are any accidents or any sort of adverse uses because of the way the lanes were striped. They can look at speeds on the street now that we've spent the time and invested the money in a speed tracking system for the community. They can also look at some of the design conflicts that we've identified. And Councilor Vincent, you've rightly pointed out, there is a bike sign at the beginning of North Ave near the border of Reading that I don't think any of us knew was there. Probably driven by it 100 times and never noticed it. These are the types of things, though, that add complexity to the design that requires additional thought, additional analysis, and additional effort. And if during that time we're able to gather more data on use, on speed, and on safety, all the better for it. There's nothing urgent today to pass this to change the way North Ave is configured. As we've discussed, Reading is not going to build something new in the next probably 2 or 3 years, let alone the next couple of months while we go through this season. We have an opportunity to do this the right way, rather than advancing a change in a hasty way that would have a material effect on the safety of the community. So I think that it is the right thing to do to let the Traffic Advisory Committee look at this. I think it's the right thing to do to let them study it and to make a recommendation, and then have it come back to this council for further discussion when we have data, when we have facts, and when we have that information. Thank you.
You're all set?
Yep.
Councilor Dombrowski.
First, I have a point of order. I believe that Councilor Vincent made a motion that was seconded, and then that presentation ensued. So we have a motion that has yet to be voted on relative to the adoption of Councilor Vincent's plan. Unless
Council Mullen, can you give us an opinion on this?
Well, I think there is a pending motion. Why didn't we do a pending motion before we did the presentation?
We did the motion, and now there's a motion to...
There's a second motion now.
A second motion.
I'm just wondering why we did a presentation after a motion to vote.
Because actually, you often should do the motion and then have the discussion, because we've fallen into this habit where, generally speaking, in a lot of our meetings, we do a presentation and have a big discussion, and then we do a motion, and it's like, does anyone have any comments on the motion? And we do a whole nother discussion. So because we have an incredibly long agenda, I decided to do the motion up front.
Yeah, that feels,
Okay, Mr. Chairman, my understanding of the procedure is that we have a main motion that was made.
Yes.
And then a motion to refer the matter is a second main motion.
Okay.
So I think you have to deal with the first one before you go to the second, if you go to the second one at all.
Okay. That was the point of order that I think Councilor Dombrowski was making.
The motion was made and seconded, the main motion relative to adoption of this plan.
Yep.
Then discussion ensued, presentation, discussion from there. Then a second motion had been raised, but I think I'll say the motion in chief, the chief motion is still, has to be acted upon first.
As between two main motions, the one made first in time has to be dealt with first.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, and anyone can make a motion at any time. I think it's, I usually wait as chair till the end, so it would be nice to have everybody be heard before we cut off conversation. In any event, we're back to the main motion. Councilor Butler.
Well, two things. One is, and I didn't hear this from your presentation, since presumably they were presenting after his motion, so they were talking about the motion. So, in your recommendation as sort of town engineer and head of DPW, are you recommending to adopt this motion, or are you recommending? Do you have a recommendation?
I've made a lot of recommendations along the way that I wouldn't say didn't necessarily follow.
It's Councilor Vincent's motion that's on the table.
I don't see a fatal flaw in either option.
Okay.
If there was, I would let you know. I think it's more of it's a council preference thing at this point.
And this is a question for probably Councilor Vincent as well as you, Mr. Renaud. In terms of that sign, my understanding of that sign is that you can't really move it because it's designed. It's just that sign just indicates that there's an electronic thing in the road, or that if a bike stops there, that's when it will give a signal around, it'll change it to green if there's no other cars waiting there. It really is. That sign is not like be merry and bike ahead. There's a thing here that can actually trigger whether the light will turn green or not. And it's not an indication, and granted, it's not really well, it's not well written, but that isn't it isn't like, bikes are clear here. This is just saying you can go when indicated. And it's more a sign that's saying there's a machine under your tires that you can't see. The other thing that I would just comment on, and I think, and look, I think everybody knows I have not been like wildly pro bike lane, but I am generally pro experiment, and we have lots of anecdotes from the chiefs, from everybody else. We actually also have lots of data that we've collected. We've collected the speed data around what's happened on North Avenue since we narrowed the bike lanes. You know what our town residents are doing? They're driving like 2 miles an hour faster. It's faster. Now, I don't know why. I mean, maybe they're getting more focus and whatnot. But yeah, by the way, they're always driving. The average speed is over the speed limit. So they're 36 or something like that, 36 to 38 now, and they were 34 to 36 the previous year. So the narrowing of the lanes has not changed the driver behavior. I guess my thing is we spent the money on the posts. I think I was mildly against spending the money on the posts, but we bought them. We put them in. There's been no dramatic safety. There's a talk of safety from the chiefs, but not from the traffic folks. And certainly, Lieutenant Anderson's new system seems to not register that it has had any marked impact on traffic, especially because this winter I would have assumed the traffic would be slower than previous. I'm like, just and let it run for the year. By the way, I don't mind adopting Councilor Vincent's proposal, post this season. That should be on our list. But why are we gonna going to revisit a decision before you even have the analysis of the decision? And it's just, and to be honest, like bike lanes, really, like, how much time are we spending on a bike lane? Like, it does make one wonder. Welcome aboard, Mr. Chrisley.
Councilor Dombrowski.
We should not be telling the public what is right for them and what they need. The public should be telling us what they want. And we have that experience at the end of last year. The response overall was swift and decisive from the public, and it didn't take long for the community to express its concern and its frustration with what was happening on North Ave. And this notion that, if we have data to gather it up, then suddenly we're going to be able to prove to people that it's a good idea. People know because it's a lived experience. And when people are driving down North Ave and they know that it's a harrowing experience for them, or it's different, or they have concerns, or there's a false sense of security, or whatever the case might be, that's enough.
Then I assume they'd go slower, though, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry?
Then I would assume they would go slower, but they're not. They're not changing their speed. Their speed hasn't changed at all. If anything, it's gotten faster. So, like, the people are saying something. I don't go by what people say. I go by what they do. They're driving just as fast.
But if the whole notion was that this was going to create a safer environment, it's actually making it a less safe environment, because if in fact, as you're saying, is correct, that speeds have increased, like a plastic flex pole is not going to save anyone in that regard.
No, but it'll wake the driver up and have them twist to get out of the way.
Yeah, but we also have the driver where, the driver who used to be able to go around because someone was making a left turn now suddenly cannot do that anymore. So that creates a backup, but it also creates, oh gosh, I looked off, to the side for a moment. What do I do now? Because I have nowhere to go. The flex pole, in essence, is, from a driver perspective, is seen as a wall so they see they're almost like driving down in a way that most people aren't thinking that they can drive over the flex poles. Although I will say a number of people are actually driving down the bike lane, and I've witnessed that on multiple occasions, as have other folks as well. But the bottom line is, so we've tried this. It doesn't work, unfortunately, for the limited real estate we have. We also have police and fire who have weighed in no uncertain terms. And we have our EMTs who have similarly expressed significant concerns. And we've seen this in other communities too. Boston has had similar issues with their response times and concerns. Cambridge keeps reconfiguring their lanes because they can't quite make it work in that community. But there's a cost to inaction here too. So we keep hearing, as with many things like climate leaders, another example, oh, we're just going to do this, but we're not committing. Oh, we're just going to do this. And that's kind of the approach. Oh, we're just going to do this, but we're not committing. Well, no. By doing this and keeping things at the status quo, we are committing. We're committing to inaction. And I think that the residents from the end of last year were very clear that that's not what they were looking for. Residents were looking for us to act. And when they saw those flex poles come down, which we knew they were going to come down for the season, for the winter, a lot of people were saying, okay, now they're down, but what about this lane? What are people doing? Driving down the bike lane. The real estate just doesn't work for it. This is not a side street. This is a major thoroughfare in and out of town that connects to an interstate highway system. We have 88 miles of road within Wakefield. Not all miles of road are best to bring your 3-year-old out on a bike. I would not bring my own children out on North Avenue and think it's safe. I think it's a false sense of security if anyone thinks bringing a few kids in tow along that little strip when people are going by Councilor Butler's representations even faster than before. That's not a safe place to bike with your kids, unfortunately. You got to maybe stick to more of the side roads on this. So I think at this point we've probably exhausted the discussion. I don't know that we're going to be changing any minds here relative to that, but we can't overlook the fact that keeping things as they are creates a present risk that our safety professionals or safety leadership has said they're concerned about and they want to see changed.
I'd like to say only a couple of things, very briefly. There was a statement by the police and fire some time back, let's give it a try. We did. And then it wasn't myself, it was Councilor Butt that said we should bring them in. And she asked them what they thought. And they told us. So, I initially thought this was not a safe design. And I guess I disagree with the subject matter experts at that time. But now they seem to agree, and it seems like we're supposed to just toss that out. Well, I'm not going to toss it out. Because these are the people who are assigned to give us their opinions on public safety. I don't expect Mr. Renaud to authorize this or unauthorize this. To say that someone in the southbound lane is safer now, boy, oh boy, that's just not the case. If you are coming southbound and there's no rule that says you cannot, sign or no sign, you're not going to be on those sidewalks. Those sidewalks, those asphalt sidewalks, and they're changing pitch, and then you get down to the construction site. If you are in a bike on that southbound lane, you've got between the nights and the gas and light, you have 8 to 12 inches plus the lane. It is so narrow. So I think we're reaching a compromise here.
What mythology? Whose bike? You want to talk about the bike lane that is you've joked about it being a bike lane to nowhere.
No, I've never said that.
The southbound lane, I know I have.
I've never called it the bike lane to nowhere.
The southbound lane, that is not, But by the way, that wasn't super safe to bike on before. It's not talking about safety of the southbound lane. Safety of a non-used for biking purposes other than people who are crazy bikers who are biking on every street.
If you'll let me finish. Yeah. We have sharrows all over town that aren't the official size of a bike lane. As was stated, it's not the official size of a bike lane. But if we get it to 2.5 to 4 feet, these folks have some kind of chance. Go down Church Street. Church Street is all sharrow. It goes from a couple of feet, a few feet, it gets wider, it gets narrower. Down around
I'm from
north,
New York City. I ride a bike terribly, so I can't. I'm not going to go on that.
We have shared lanes with parking, which I'm glad we saved the parking on the other side of the lake because that was almost gone, and that has worked out very well. I think it's scare tactics to throw out, oh, terrible things have happened. I've been here 35 years, unlike the 24 years. I'm a newcomer too. But I've run that lake constantly during this period of time. And I have not seen, you're always going to have the situation, and the flex pole isn't going to stop it, where somebody, hits that fence and causes grave damage to a couple of people just walking, or somebody hits the white plastic fence, which is not going to be stopped by the bike lane either. We haven't had real issues with safety on this street when we used to share them. So I think this is a reasonable compromise, 4 to 5 feet, one section. Give the folks, if they decide to take the bike on the southbound lane, give them a little more room. And widen these lanes a little bit, because we hear, those of us who are talking to people, here, that these lanes are too narrow. School bus drivers, all kinds of people. The mail truck stops on that road. People have to go around it. Let's widen those lanes a little bit.
It doesn't have to go around it no matter, but okay.
Well, I'm afraid somebody's going to go around a vehicle, and that vehicle is going to go that way.
Is that scare tactics that you're using?
No, I'm just nervous
Sorry.
that this, I'm nervous that this is, we're debating which is safer. We have legitimate differences of opinion on which is safer. I think this is a good proposal for now. Future councils can adjust it as they see fit. Councilor Shines.
Thank you. Been waiting patiently.
I'm sorry if I spoke too long.
No, that's okay. So a couple of things that I want to say, just reflecting on the conversation that we've had. First, I really need to dispute and I think shed some light on some of the public feedback we've received. Councilor Dombrowski has asserted that we heard universally from the town in December that this was a disaster. I will tell you that I would say the feedback that I got was 50-50, maybe skewed a little bit in favor of the bike lane, but about 50-50. A number of the folks that I did hear from that were opposed to it were concerned that it was put up without warning. And I think that's one of the things that we've got to be careful about, is making sure that we don't confuse execution with the quality of the plan. I think we had a quality plan that was poorly executed because no one expected those flex posts to go up at the end of December. We got no notice. There was no, I think about when we added the stop sign on Salem Street at the corner of Pleasant Street. For weeks beforehand, we had signage there saying that this was coming so that people would get used to the change. We didn't do that when we put up the flex posts. That's a missed opportunity, and that's something that I think affected more of the negative feedback that I heard. By contrast, tonight, we had, again, 20 people submit written comment, all of which was in favor of keeping the bike lane in place. We had 6 people speak in person, and by my count, the number of people who spoke in favor of keeping the bike lane in place was 5-1. So I think we're hearing very loud and clear from a number of members of the community that this is something that's important. Second thing that I want to point out is that, we can talk about our opinions on the design and what's safer or not safer, but again, I reinforce the notion that we have a venue to study this. This is why we have a traffic advisory council that has representation from the police department, from the DPW, from our traffic safety advisors, from members of the public. And they can look at things that perhaps are different than what we're looking at here. So for example, if we want to create a southbound, a way for people to travel southbound on North Ave, there are other ways that we could look at it. For example, could we just take the existing bike lane and move it to the other side of the street so that you have a dedicated bike lane with a barrier going southbound, and knowing that you have a wider sidewalk on the northbound side, that could be a place where people could bike as well. I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily the way we go, but I cite that as an example of some of the other options that may address some of the concerns that we see, particularly as we think about how this ties into the Reading designs as they may emerge in the future. Final point that I just want to make is that, again, we do not need to act on this now. We don't need to act on this in any hasty way. I would argue the only reason why this is probably on the agenda today is because we have some individuals who are rolling off that want to have a say, and that's fine. But we can take the time to look at this proposal. We can take the time to look at what's happened on North Ave. We can look at the information that we're seeing in a thoughtful and robust way. I think we should do that. I always talk about making data-driven decisions. I hear my colleagues talk about that as well. Let's spend some time, let's go through a season where we know that traffic patterns on the road, pedestrian use patterns, bicycle use patterns will be different Let's take the time to see what happens, take the time to study it, get involved all the people that we hoped to get involved as we built out the bike and pedestrian plan, and as we talked about the ways that we evaluated these projects. Thanks.
Councilor Khan.
Yeah, this has bothered me for a long time, because before I even got elected, I wrote an email to the Traffic Advisory Committee, and I laid facts down on the table, okay? That you, 3 members of this council were at that meeting. Now, 3 members of the council, didn't quite outnumber the number of Traffic Advisory Committee members there, but it was pretty influential, okay? I measured Main Street at a number of locations. The plan calls for 60 feet, and a number of locations, we only had 51 feet. Now, you guys understand, and I believe the town engineer has said, there's no land taking on Main Street. So the plan does not take any land, okay? So you only can go one direction, and that's to the lake, okay? So it's gonna require a wall. I measured it. I measured it from the inner part of the sidewalk all the way across. I covered every inch of it, and there was, your plan showed 60 feet, and it was only 51 feet, and I presented it, and you know what? I was held to 2 minutes. That's what bothered me. When you say input from citizens, they told me, oh, your time's up. They told me to call the town engineer, and they're quiet. And they asked me afterwards, why didn't I call him? No. I went to a public meeting as a citizen. I put something in writing, and they're telling me to call the town engineer. To me, that's wrong. So the Traffic Advisory Committee has a lot to prove to me. Because it's not, I've never seen anything in writing from my, and Councilor Bob brought that up. Where was it in writing? It's the first time I've ever seen anything in writing from them. Okay? So they discuss it, but with 3 members of the town council there, that's wrong. That's wrong. You could, 3 members of their boss's boss, right, were there, and I was told to call the town engineer, and I didn't. I refused to do that. I said, I'm not going to call someone off the record. So that's wrong. So referring it to the Traffic Advisory Committee has no value to me whatsoever. We have the chief's opinion. They're the 2 public safety officers in our town, okay? Lieutenant Sullivan, I'm sure agrees with the chief. You wouldn't disagree with it, but you know what I did hear, because I know a number of my brother's a retired firefighter. I did, talk to a number of firefighters, and they were glad that the chiefs came out and said this, because they were coming up and saying, wait a minute, what's going on here? And so let's this whole issue, a number of people come up, and Mr. Cicely sent a notice out. Did you see it? I never saw it on Facebook. I got a copy of it from Mr. Boobney. I think you might have got the same thing. So Mr. Boobney sent me this copy where he influenced people to come up here and make their presentation, which I have no problem with, okay? But let's not talk in this groundswell here. It's not a groundswell, Jonathan. These are the same people who have been supporting this and promoting this from day one. And it's a different group of people than the ones I've been hearing, listening to. And I also ride that link, okay? The worst thing they did, in my opinion, was widen the sidewalk. That was the first step. They widened the sidewalk, now we've got them. Okay, now we're gonna narrow the road down. I think it's wrong. My main reason I'm against this is because you're not looking to the consequences of the rest of the town. Counting the traffic on North Ave is gonna increase the traffic on Main Street. Now, you do the same thing that we're planning on Main Street with that non-existent 60-foot, and now all of a sudden the traffic's going down Lowell Street. It already does. I call it Route 128A. People in the Dalville School, everything goes by the Dalville School. That's my main reason for being opposed to this. And you know what? When you talk about neighborhoods, this is my neighborhood, okay? I have a right to defend my neighborhood, and I always will. And I'm opposed to this. And, Jonathan, just by hearing and listening to people, that this is going to change in 1 month. Okay? I want my opportunity to let the people of Wakefield know that I'm looking out for their better interests. Because when the vote changes with the new council, okay, I'll be on the losing end of it. You know it. I know it. Everybody here knows it. So let's move it and go and take a vote, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Vincent.
Thank you, Chair McLean. Just end on a little different note. I know that I have been a proponent of the bike and ped plan. I know that I'm disappointing you all out there with my proposal. But I'm telling you sincerely that this proposal is because I feel compelled to accommodate bicyclists heading southbound on North Avenue for the reasons I already indicated. The sign and the fact that they can come down there now, and all Reading's designs have them coming down. I see this as temporary. I do think someday Wakefield will have a bike lane on North Avenue in just the northbound, and then you will go around the lake and you'll come southbound on Main Street. But if I had had these relevant facts available in June when we voted on this, we probably wouldn't have voted on the configuration that currently exists, because I would not have voted for that. I would have wanted to modify that a bit more based on this newly discovered information that we found since the chiefs came before us in January. So I know it's disappointing, but I am trying to do what I think is in the best interest of bicyclists traveling in any direction on North Avenue, at least for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Councilor Chines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of other pieces. Councilor Carney mentioned sort of Main Street. I'd like to point out we're not talking about Main Street today. There is no proposed plan that we're working on towards Main Street. There are concepts that were envisioned in the bike and ped plan that we both A, have no funding for, B, haven't designed, and C, haven't actually sought material or input on. So I think it's important that we can make sure that we're sort of looking at this discussion within the context of the street in question. Now, he does raise a good point, and again, I live on a cutoff street, on Hopkins Street. I live near Prospect Street. I, likewise am on what you have kind of affectionately called Route 128A. And we do know that traffic can impact other areas, but that's part of what we can study, and that's part of what we can evaluate, because we do know that anytime you make changes in one part of town, it can have spillover effects in other areas. That's also what we should be looking at as we evaluate this, just so we can test those hypotheses and make sure we come up with the right approach. Again, you know where I stand on this, you know my position. I think it's hasty to make any changes, but I also think there's an opportunity for us to continue studying this and looking at the data. Thank you.
Councilor Butler.
And I'll be out after this, I promise. Do we have a ballpark for sort of the costs of reconfiguration?
$17,000.
Okay. And then the costs of putting the things back in place is just zero?
Couple hours of time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's negligible.
So it's it's another 17 grand, which I think some of the members of our council are always very fine tooth combing their costs. So I agree with I think we should keep with what was voted. Although I have to say the question here is what Councilor Vincent's plan is. Does that create a de facto / and that's where I'm concerned, is it create a de facto / mildly unsafe bike lane on the north side? Because yes, 4 to 5 feet is tight. People will ride their bike there. They'll treat it like a bike lane, but they won't get that same, they'll get about the same level of protection, but not quite as much, not quite the buffer. And I think that's the downside that we run, is we keep talking about if somebody runs over a pole, somebody does that. Somebody riding their bike's more likely to get hit in this design. That's fine. Again, bike riding and driving has to be done safely. And by the way, either of these plans, there's a decent chance over the next 5 years somebody gets hit by a car, no matter what. Because yes, as we said before, you can't make this thing, perfectly safe. So it's going to cost 17 grand to sort of unwind this, and then it'll cost and how long would that take?
2 days.
Few days, yeah.
And when were you planning on putting out the things?
We can deploy whenever. Yeah, we could deploy this week if need be.
Right, so if you deploy this week, we have an election in a week, and then we undeploy it. It's about 17 grand each time we flip-flop on this
And then at
decision.
some point, though, we got to look at the fact that we're grinding away the road to get rid of lines.
Okay.
So we're going to probably look at some type of overlay treatment or something to. Eventually, we're going to get there, depending on how many times we iterate.
The only other thing I would comment, because I can speak on this being on Main Street, fire doesn't go. I want to know how often the fire trucks are going north on North Avenue. They go to accident, they respond to accidents down Main Street. They don't respond on North Avenue. So like, I guess if there's, and maybe it'll happen a lot more. No, and even still, I don't think the fire trucks are really going down Main Street, going north. Now coming south, they probably do, but I don't think they're responding to emergencies, which would be the time-sensitive and dangerous part of it, going north on North Ave. But so I just feel like we might be being a little disingenuous here, talking about like, oh, you know, the fire safety and whatnot. What they're responding to going that direction is going to be, I don't know what they're responding to. Some slip and fall at the Subaru dealership or something like that. But, oh, Councilor
That
Dombrowski?
seems anecdotal. Councilor Dombrowski?
I mean, we have neighborhoods off of North Ave. We have 600 North Ave. We have 598 North Ave. We have the building that's being built next to the Knights of Columbus on North Ave. We have all of those streets that straddle North Ave. We have the new head of the lake project that's going to involve hundreds, over 400 more units there.
Right, I don't think they're not going to go to the head of the lake from North Ave.
It depends on where they are. If they're on the west side, of course they're going to do that. It all depends on where the apparatus is at a given time. To suggest that a fire truck is, I mean, I personally have driven past fire trucks coming both north and southbound on North Ave because that's my main thoroughfare. So it would be silly to suggest that a fire truck is not going to be driving on North Ave. They do. Of course they do. It's
Occasionally, it's not part of the routine.
So,
there's no.
I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's conjecture, yeah. Everything's conjecture here. I'm ready to vote.
We agree on that one. Are we ready for a vote on Councilor Vincent's motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Sherry, that's 4-3. Motion passes.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you. Item B, Climate Leaders Communities, proposal to add approved assessment and evaluation process to the town council webpage. Vote expected. Councilor Vincent, was this yours?
Yes, thank you, Chair McLean. This is just a very simple thing. I move that the Climate Leaders Community Assessment and Evaluation Process document, which was approved by the Town Council on February 24th, 2025, be added to the policy/trust section of the Town Council website.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion seconded.
So basically, we have all of our policies listed on the website. This is technically not a policy, it was a process that we approved. So Mr. Mayo and I spoke, and we thought it would be prudent to have the Town Council vote for, to place it on the website so that the public understands what was passed. And for instance, if members of the public want to do a warrant article for the decarbonization commitment, they'll know that they can do it because it'll say there that that is something that would be handled at town meeting. So it's just being open and transparent like we have with the other policies and just making sure that the public understands the process that we unanimously approved back in February. That's all I have.
Questions, concerns from councilors? Questions for Councilor Dombrowski?
I just see this differently. I mean, this is a process. We have a lot of processes that we don't have on the website. I don't think that this deserves special dispensation from a lot of other processes that we have. I think we create like a kind of like a two-tiered system by doing that. I think we should stick with the policies that have been approved. This is not a policy, and for that reason, I'm not in support of doing that. I think the meeting minutes are very clear on that, and all of this information is available through the archived video of the meeting as well.
Wouldn't disagree with you relative to the archived nature. I guess it's just a question of whether it's more accessible and more easily accessible, having gone through minutes.
I think it just gives the impression that it's something that's not, because it's not a policy.
I understand your point there. Did you have something, Councilor Butler?
I wasn't sure. Was the thing that we had done on February 24th? Is that in the packet, or that's we'd have to go back to?
Just the motions. Just the motions.
Just the motions in the packet. Okay. February 25th is a long time ago for me, so I don't remember what it was. But now, what is the?
It's the one where we.
No. What is what's the I guess speaking to both of you, who are, is are most of things like we've done like this on the website easily accessible? And what's the downside? The downside you're saying is this is overweighting this particular document relative to the others.
Relative to a lot of other things, yes, precisely.
What are do you have examples of a lot of other things?
I mean, there's plenty of processes we've adopted. I mean, we had, as recently as Councilor Vincent was talking about, the process of having to review all of our policies at our meetings every month or every 6 weeks, for instance. I mean, every meeting we come up with some sort of processes, or nearly every meeting, I feel like. We don't have that on the website saying we're going to on a monthly basis review policies to make sure we want to make changes. That would be a process. We have the process where we had the process of having liaisons giving reports say on a quarterly basis. That's a process, not a policy. We don't have that on the website relative to that. I mean, there's a lot of processes that we have as a part of the work we do. Processes and policies are different things. And policy is often, there are a lot of work and refinement, and it sends a different message than a process does.
Any other, Councilor Chimes?
I think the other thing with this is, while I was supportive of the process document, I mean, we then obviated the process document by voting not to move forward with climate leaders. So I don't really see the point in kind of putting it on the website. I hope that if we, reinvigorate the climate leaders, I think it's a good process to go back to, because I do think that it made sense, but it's sort of a process document that refers back to nothing given the decisions of this council.
Any other comment?
Well, thank you,
Councilor
Chairman.
Vincent.
Well, the only thing I'd say is we decided not to go forward with the decarbonization roadmap with that particular consultant. We did not decide not to go forward with the commitment to decarbonize by 2050. Anybody could raise that as a warrant article. What this does is at least gives the public an idea that they can look at this and say, we want to go forward. They can get other people, 10, I guess it is, and go forward with a warrant article. We haven't stopped climate leaders from going forward. We've stopped that one component from going forward, but not climate leaders.
But that one component stops climate leaders.
Well, I disagree with that.
Well,
we did stop
because
it.
Public Works can continue to do the roadmap themselves. They don't need to do it with a consultant. But anyway, I just thought for open and transparency, and as opposed to what Councilor Dombrowski was saying, the other ones are internal to the town council, like reviewing the town council policies once a year. The public's not involved in that. But this climate leaders one is where the public can play a part in this, because one of the components of that is being done at town meeting. There's nothing to stop the public from bringing up at the November town meeting a warrant article to go forward with one of the three that are remaining, that being the decarbonization commitment. So it was just trying to provide them situational awareness of the process. But obviously there's not an interest in it, so we can just vote and move on so we don't take up time.
Any other comment before a vote? All those in favor? Opposed? That failed 2-5. Sherry, Vincent and McLean voting in the positive. Next we've done C, so we are now at D, which is fish line and disposal stations at Lake Quannapout. We have done our public comment period. The public comments are in our materials if anybody wanted to read them. And yes, we could identify ourselves.
Bill Conley, Friends of Lake Quannapout, 83 Elm Street in town.
Bree Reynolds, Friends of Lake Quannapout, 41 Spring Street.
Welcome.
Do you recognize us?
Yes, sir. Been a while. Good to see you back.
Thank you.
What have we got?
Well, I think the process was that the public comment period was going to be registered with you and with us. We have comments, and we viewed them as being overwhelmingly positive, which we think is a positive for what we want to do. The past two sessions that were here, I think we explained what we were doing with diagrams and so on and so forth, a number, where they'd be, what they would look like. Pretty standard, as innocuous as we could make them, given what we want to do with the lake. We don't want to stick a lot of things on the lake. The bench policy is coming up. And I think we achieved our goal, and I think the last two sessions, this body recognized that. I think they were favorable. So I guess we're thinking we get the final approval and then commence with the building, of fabricating of these structures and coordinating, which we've already done with the DPW about the installation.
Relative to public comment, the only negativity I saw at all were just questions about who's going to empty the bins, but you've already addressed that. I just wanted the public to know that you're taking that upon yourselves at FOLQ. Also, is it going to be an eyesore? I think one gentleman asked, but you've indicated you're going to try to make these green and have them blending. So I don't think it's going to be terribly noticeable or unsightly or anything of that nature. Any questions from councilors?
We approved the 4 locations identified in the presentation. Thank you for doing this.
Motion seconded. Any discussion? Councilor Dombrowski.
I would just add that I thought the public comments were really interesting. I thought people had a lot of different perspectives. There was a little bit of pessimism from some folks, but I'm confident that you'll be able to show that in fact that they are effective. So I think just being able to come back to this body to just kind of report in periodically efficacy. How many lines, how many feet of line, or however that's measured, you're gathering. I'm confident that you're going to do a phenomenal job with this, because you do a phenomenal job with everything you do around the lake. And I really appreciate your comment too about the fact that you don't want to be cluttering up the lake. And what you're doing is these will not be eyesores. I'm confident they'll be well blended in. But I would be curious to see, every so often, what you've gathered. I think that would be interesting, because it's a really great initiative. So thank you for doing it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'd be happy to share data as we get it. We'll definitely be keeping track of how much we're collecting and adjusting the collection based on the need, basically. So. We already have a lot of people who are interested in volunteering to empty the bins, so.
I just think people love lake stats generally, right? And you think about the lake, it's pretty cool stuff. I mean, everyone treasures that. So just knowing anything that we're doing that's making, an improvement in any way, I think it's just great information. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will go forward with this.
We will take a vote. We will take a vote.
We won't be back.
Okay, we have a motion seconded, I believe, right?
missed the vote.
Okay, all those in favor?
Good.
Opposed? That's 7-0. Sherry, thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Now you can go.
Mr. Chairman, really quick, we talked
Yes, sir.
about, reviewing the policies, and I think the bench and structure policy that Maureen and I worked on a few years ago, this shows how it works.
Yeah.
And I think this was a great review of it, and I don't think I'd change anything on it. I think it worked really well. Public got involved, and we did not have to go out in the cold and review these sites, which has been lousy, crappy, cold weather, and I'm glad we didn't have to do that, but I think this works pretty well on the policy side.
Any discussion on the policy?
I'll just say that
Yes,
I
sir.
did, not aware of it, I did call Stephen on an inquiry from a classmate of Wakefield High School in the range of mine, and talking about dedicating to a deceased person. That's always a difficult thing to do when people are asking you to try to memorialize someone. And having that policy kind of made it easy for me. That we had a policy doing it, so they had to think something different. So I think it's important, when naming things and stuff like that, because I think we made mistakes in the past, and it's unfair for me to bring what I disagree with. But be very careful on what we do, who we memorialize, and what we do. Although, I have to be honest with my brother Philip's got a bench up there. That was all because of the program that was put on by the Friends of Lake Quannapowitt. And, we hopped on real quickly, but I agree that there's too many benches now. It's just...
Right. And I would like to thank Steve, because I know for a fact that at times he has fielded these calls and we don't even know about them. and it's difficult. There are no unworthy causes.
Right.
There are no unworthy people. There are tragedies that occur. But as you say, we've kind of expanded our benches. We also have a great interest in, as much as we can, keeping that jewel in the crown in its current state.
Are we having naming rights on the fishing line collection places?
No.
Or are we letting people badge them? Are we gonna sell that? Or and I guess I didn't ask the question, but what is an amount of line that we would consider? Is there a level at which we would say, oh, this wasn't a success, nobody is using it, we should get rid of these?
Well, one comment was,
lollipop things.
Why can't I just throw it out? But I brought that up the last time they were here.
Just try to stay to the agenda, because
that's
we
what
have a
we were
very
asking.
long meeting. No, we moved on from that.
Oh,
We're
what
on
are we
the bench
talking about? I don't know
policy.
what he was talking
We have to
about.
go through the entire budget and warrant. So can we try to not be here till midnight? I
We don't
really
have to go
appreciate
through
it.
the school budget.
What?
We
It
don't
has
have
to be presented to us.
Well, they can present it, but yeah, we don't have anything to say about it, so I don't know why we even could look at it.
We go.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, you could, Tom.
I think the bottom line, Counselor, is that if there's a fish hook on a line and they take one or two of them and go and recycle them and it doesn't go into a child's foot, then it's a success.
It doesn't go into.
But back to the agenda.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, on 6E, I guess from my perspective, I feel like the policy works well. I don't know if anyone disagrees or feels like we need to look at anything, but I think that, we've managed it successfully for a few years now. I read the policies, I'm sure we all did. There's no update that I felt needed to be made.
Sounds good. We will then move on.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a suggestion that
Yes, sir.
maybe you move to sub 8A, and because we have some guests here and maybe the schools, and then we can do the budgets, and then
Absolutely,
we can
let's
come
do
back
that. Let's do that.
to our stuff. We don't get to go, but I guess the schools could come on now.
Yep. Fiscal year 2026 budgets, we have item 8.
8A.
Number 8A is number 33, Wakefield Public Schools, with hopefully a reasonably length PowerPoint.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Lyons.
Thank you so much for having us. We appreciate it. And thank you for squeezing us in. Looks like you have a pretty busy meeting. So we have a very brief slide deck. We got about 8 or 9 slides. A number of us are gonna present this evening. And we're here together to answer any questions that you might have on the FY26 proposed budget. And so just some quick kind of context setting. This year, we changed a number of things. We created a budget video, try to share that with our community, to try to educate people and in the community about the parts of the whole and how we create a budget and how we prioritize things. We also kind of changed our survey process this year, and we asked groups to prioritize their top priorities in the Wakefield Public Schools budget. We had 370 responses from families. The top priority for families was sustaining the investment in high-quality curriculum. We've made a significant change in the last 10 years in how we're bringing curriculum into the community and how we're creating greater continuity from grade to grade and school to school. I can say more about that as we go through this. The second priority is maintaining investments that we've made with our increased counseling staff and support for social emotional learning and student well-being that includes counseling. And the third priority that was highlighted by families was continuing to improve facilities. We think that directly relates to the high school, which is also part of our NEASC accreditation, if you recall that, right? And so for staff, we had 134 responses. And really what staff have asked for, and we're going to say more about multilingual learners in a moment. The term multilingual learners, you might not kind of recall that. Formerly English as a second language, formerly English language learners, formerly English learners, have now become what the term is multilingual learners. And so we've really, the number of multilingual learners in our district have really kind of grown. Those are students whose first language is not English, right? And this is significant because when we have students that come in whose first language is not English, we give a home language survey, and based on their outcome of that survey, or we give an assessment, and then students will kind of grade into needing no support, or they'll get what we call a score of level 1, 2, 3, which requires us to then provide up to two periods a day of support in English to help them learn English in the curriculum, right? And so if you are kind of a level 3, 4, 5, you get 1 period of support a day. So, and what's interesting here is not only have our numbers increased, and Kara's going to talk about that on the next slide, but not only has our numbers increased, but also kind of it's not an even distribution from K through 12. So for example, when we have middle schoolers that arrive in Wakefield with very little English, it's different for them than it is for a kindergartner or a first grader, right? Kindergartners or first graders can participate thoughtfully with their peers because it's much more of a social process. School is, they're learning how to learn as well as learning the curriculum at those grades. If you're in middle school or high school and you don't have a high proficiency in English and you're being asked to participate in math, science, English, and social studies and use English to learn that content area, it's a different kind of combination. It's a different calculus. And so what we're seeing is we're seeing students in the upper grades needing more support. And so Kara will say more about that in a moment, but staff were really clear across the district. So we met with staff before we surveyed them, and we did kind of face-to-face meetings across the district. We did a listening tour, and we heard very consistently that we need support and kids need support with their multilingual learning, or language support. We also need to expand special education programs district-wide, right? So you have heard us talk about special education programming. We have the director of special education here with us this evening, Rosie Galvin. She's going to talk more about that as well. And the third priority that came in loud and clear from staff is sustaining systems of student intervention. If students aren't making appropriate support, we need to intervene early and significantly so things don't kind of build on itself and students aren't moved grade to grade and they're not kind of keeping pace with their peers. When that happens, they're disproportionately referred to special education, and we need to intervene early and intervene in significant ways. So staff also pointed out that the counseling support that we provided students and kind of the SEL support has been invaluable. So those are the priorities. We have over 500 surveys. This also aligns with kind of face-to-face feedback that we've gotten as well. Excuse me. So Kara's going to talk a little bit about multilingual learning.
Let me jump in here. Hi, everyone. So Doug already hit on a lot of this. We just wanted to break out some important points for you to see here, which shows the increase in our population of students. We went back to FY22, and you can see the 48% increase. We've slowly been adding staff where we can at every level to meet the demand, but it has definitely been a challenge in terms of the service minutes required based on the students' language proficiency. We've also done, we're not just solely depending on more staff to equal better outcomes. We've done some things along the way as well to support our work with multilingual learners. We have kept them, top of mind in picking our new curriculum through ELA, through math. A lot of the highlights of our new curriculum is it's accessible to students with disabilities, multilingual learners, and has options for modifying built within the curriculum. We've also done a heavy push across the district to ensure that all of our teaching staff are what's called SEI endorsed, which is the Sheltered English Immersion. That's a requirement from DESE as part of your teacher certification to have taken the coursework. But as we heard from our teachers across the district in our budget meetings, that doesn't seem to be enough. There needs to be more support. I I think experience is everything, and as our population has jumped, it's just challenged a lot of our staff in terms of just not having the experience to change up their instruction or support where they need to. So they're quickly learning, we're providing professional development, but additional staff is key to supporting this work and providing really specialized instruction where we can. We have also this year we started what we call our LEAP program, and that was where we had a pretty solid group. I'm trying to think, there was about 7 or 8 students who had similar needs, and we were able to design programming that gave them intensive support at the first grade level with the idea of securing their foundation of literacy skills and then including them in second grade next year. We also have, we're also looking at secondary. I think, you know, as Doug had mentioned, the needs vary depending on the student's proficiency level and their grade level. We've been particularly challenged at the secondary level when we have students move in 16, 17, sometimes 18 years old or older, and we're unsure at times of what the educational background is, where it's hard trying to get a baseline. As you know, kids at the high school level are very focused on the courses that they need to take, their transcript, and we'll have some students coming in and it doesn't make sense to just put them in a standard history course or geometry. So we're trying to work with our curriculum coordinators to enhance our course offerings and offer different courses that meet the needs of multilingual learners depending on where they are in their education. So those are going to be additional offerings. We're going to do some curriculum work this summer with our coordinators and ML staff to try to enhance those offerings. So we're doing a lot. Like we said, the population has increased pretty significantly, but we're trying to offer the best education we can.
So I just want to, if I can add to that, we're also looking at not just, Kara said this, not just adding staff. We're looking at reconstituting existing positions that we have. We're also looking at being creative by hiring bilingual paraeducators that can support students during the day, in class, and also after school. We're also looking at expanding Wakefield Academy to do programs to support students after the school day ends. So we're looking at kind of a number of different ways to kind of support students in non-traditional areas or non-traditional ways to get a bigger bang for the buck, if you will. I don't know, that's probably the best way to say it, but that we're really trying to be thoughtful about, you know, not adding new staff or just simply trying to do this in the footprint of the day, because there's just not enough time, right? So next is special education.
Thank you. Yeah, so as Doug had mentioned at the beginning, we're doing a lot of work on building our in-district programming. So this visual just shows an overview of the in-district programming that we have at each grade level. And I can just give a brief overview of what each one means, but really the idea is that we're doing a lot of work in terms of building program descriptions for each of these programs, really looking at curriculum aligned to each of these programs and professional development that's differentiated for the staff and faculty who work within each of the programs. So as just an overview, we have about 18% of our student body is a student receiving special education services or on an IEP, which is an individualized education plan. And so that document really spells out exactly what their disability is, how it manifests in the academic setting, and therefore what services and accommodations and placement options they need in order to succeed. And so the vast majority of our students on IEPs are in a full inclusion setting, meaning they're with general education peers for the majority of the day. There's a smaller portion of students who require a specific program, and these are the ones that are listed here. So just to give a brief overview here, the COMPASS program is for students with intellectual impairments. We have ICLP, which is our integrated care and learning program for students with more complex medical needs. Our language-based program is a program for the classic dyslexic student. Our STAC, TLC, and PAL program there, the second to last row, is our therapeutic programming for students with more social, emotional, or behavioral needs. And then lastly, our STRIVE program is our programming for students with autism throughout the district. So this doesn't mean that any student who has that disability category is automatically within the program. It's a smaller number of students who really require specialized services in a smaller group setting with the special education teacher as opposed to the general ed setting. We kind of give this overview. This is available now on our website, and as I had mentioned, we're doing a lot more work on program development within each of these programs, really with the goal of keeping students in district and for families to know that we have strong programming that's vertically aligned throughout each of the grade levels. So if their kid is kind of entering the STRIVE program, they know what that can look like at the middle school level, at the high school level, and post-academy is for students who are receiving services through age 22 is when a student no longer is eligible for special ed services through the district. So this just gives an overview of each of those things. And the next slide, if you can move to it, I know that within special education, out-of-district costs is a big discussion and a big budget driver related to this. So we wanted to kind of show the work that we're doing in terms of in-district programming and all the work that goes into that, like I said, with curriculum, with professional development. And the reality is that there is a small number of students who, despite creating strong programming and continuing to work on that, they require an out-of-district placement for some reason or another. Often it is that they might be a singleton in terms of having a specific disability or needing certain services that we don't have a program for them. And so we have to pay to send them to a school that does have that programming specific to what their needs are. And so this overview gives a 2-year look back as well as this fiscal year with an asterisk because it is always subject to change, which I can talk a little bit more about. And then it gives an FY26 projected numbers based on what we know now. Again, it could change tomorrow. But it really just, some things we wanted to highlight is that over the past couple of years and looking into next year, the number of total students that we have in out-of-district placements has stayed relatively consistent, as well as the range in terms of the minimum. This is an annual tuition. This doesn't include transportation, just a tuition cost for these students. The minimum, the maximum is staying consistent, but you can see that the average cost per student has really increased throughout the years and is projected to increase for FY26. So, some of that is attributed to, you can see the second to last row, the OSD rate is the Operational Service Division, where they set the rate for an increase in tuitions for private day placements year over year. So you can see in FY24, that 14% was a major increase than we've seen in the past. It usually hovered around 2-3% historically, and I know a lot of districts anecdotally in fiscal year 24, when they came out with that 14% OSD rate, really struggled to account for that. We were able to do that without dipping into our stabilization fund based on kind of the way that we've been budgeting, which I'll talk about in a moment, based on our revenue sources of how we fund these out-of-district placements. But we really just wanted to highlight kind of that increase in the OSD rate within that year and really just the changing needs of students and the increased costs that come to us. Doug talks also about kind of the Passover cost to us also. So this is just tuition costs. We pay for transportation for students on top of that. And then some students also might require, a one-to-one aide. They might require a nurse on their van. They might require additional services like occupational therapy, physical therapy that might not be included in the base tuition rate. So it definitely, we're seeing a trend where they're kind of passing more of those costs onto the district in addition to just the base tuition that we have to pay also. I will say that there are some protections for us in terms of what we budget in terms of move-ins to the district. So if we have a student who moves into the district who's at a public day school, like a collaborative or part of SEAM Collaborative, for example, if they move into the district tomorrow, we would start paying for their tuition tomorrow. If, however, a student is at a private day placement, it depends on the time of year in which they move in. So if it's after April, their old district pays for the rest of this fiscal year in addition to all of next fiscal year. So there's some kind of leeway within the law where we have some protections based on what we know and can budget. But of course, like I said, we might get kids who move in who are at out-of-district public day placements, which would become our responsibility as soon as they become Wakefield residents. So there's a lot more nuance to that, but we really do our best in order to project the following fiscal year what we anticipate the out-of-district costs to be based on what we know, but it always could change any day. So I also wanted to highlight, just as I mentioned, about 18% of our student body is a student who receives special education services, which is pretty in line with the state averages, as you can see, and has been historically. And I know that Christine will talk about this more, but really looking at the funding for these out-of-district costs, we're looking at the local budget, which does include the prepayments. We're able to prepay the first 3 months of the students' out-of-district tuition each fiscal year if we are able to. And then another major one is circuit breaker, which is a special revenue account, not a revolving account. I know we've made the distinction between that in school committee meetings. And basically, if there's a high out-of-district tuition cost, there's a threshold of usually around $55,000, where anything over that threshold, we were able to get back a reimbursement of around 75% right now for out-of-district tuition costs, and a lower percentage for transportation costs. But we get that in the following fiscal year. So these are just some of the ways that we wanted to highlight in terms of how we fund these out-of-district tuitions and kind of the nuances that go into us kind of making the best projections that we have in terms of the numbers, and then also wanted to give you kind of the overview of the work that we're doing with our in-district programming to reduce these numbers as much as possible, but knowing that, you know, student needs sometimes aren't able to do that.
Thank you, Rosie.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we just want to talk about cost drivers. Christine?
So we call these the 4 pillars of the cost drivers for the fiscal 26 budget. As you can see, the largest one, of course, is salaries. We look at all revenue sources from grants, revolving accounts, all the offsets that we can apply to these salaries, but we're growing at over 5% with all our collective bargaining agreements for next year. Utilities are growing year over year, as you all can see. We just went out to bid for a new transportation contract. We went out to bid, we had one bidder, North Reading Transportation, which shouldn't come as a big surprise to anyone. So we have a new contract for the next 3 years with an additional 2 years after that. So we have a 10% increase in that known cost. Also, the other big driver of this budget is the out-of-district tuition costs that Rosie just spoke about. For the local budget, for the known tuitions, the 42 known tuitions that we have for next year, that's a $205,000 increase to the local budget. Now, all of that is also hinging on federal reimbursements, circuit breakers still being funded by the state at 75%. So this budget is taking all the assumptions of what we know today. But as we know, everyone watching the news, all of those funding sources are being questioned. But this budget makes assumptions that everything that we know right now will be funded next year. Next slide. So we were talking a lot for the last 2 years about revolving accounts. During the pandemic, those balances in revolving accounts grew. Those programs weren't typical. Some stopped operating, and some operated at a higher level. So we decided last year to come up with a 4-year spend down for those revolving accounts. What can we charge to those accounts that can help reduce the ask of the tax levy for the local budget? So we look at my salary, Doug's salary, custodial costs, utility costs for programs like Wakefield Academy, the Doyle Preschool, the facility revolving account. So we came up with a thoughtful 4-year spend down to offset the ask to the local budget. Now, after fiscal 28, those accounts are projected to go back to pre-pandemic balances. So this is a short-term solution to help reduce budget with one-time funding of these offsets accounts. But this was a way to partner with the town to make sure that what we were asking for the tax levy was looking at all revenue sources.
And before we were able to use these revolving accounts, we were supported by the town through ARPA funds and the leadership of Steve and other areas. So we've been kind of operating well in the 5s, but that has been kind of reduced. That number's been suppressed because of budget offsets. For example, this is the current offsets that we're using.
So I like to call this is an all funds budget. And what does that mean? We look at the cost for all our collective bargaining agreements, all our non-salary accounts, and we come up with what our expenses are looking like for the next year. And then we look at revenue sources, circuit breaker, grants, revolving accounts, everything that we just talked about for the next year, and then 27 and 28. Then we come down to the balance for the tax levy. What does the town need to support in order to maintain all the programs that we've built over the past 5 years? So in order to do that, this is a look from 25 to 26. So last year, in the year we're in now, fiscal 25, we're going to have $325,000 of revolving account offsets in order to reduce that balance to $52,319,699. Next year, we have, because it's a sliding down scale, $300,000 from those revolving accounts. Again, once 27 and 28 comes down, each year that's going to be reduced. After 28, we won't have those offsets. So as Doug just mentioned, our base has always been inflated by these one-time costs since COVID. We had ARPA, we had ESSER. We partnered with the town about what one-time revenue sources can help reduce the budget. But by doing that, our base was reduced. But we're not adding FTEs to this budget. We haven't for the past 2 budgets. When Doug talked about reconstituting, we know about 4 retirements. We're taking those salaries because typically when someone retires, they're at the top step. They're at step 12. So we're taking that salary and hopefully filling those positions with someone at step 4 or 5. So with that money, with that net difference, we're hoping to fund the ML teacher or a special ed position. But we're really looking at reconstituting, so we're not asking the town to fund any new positions. We're just trying to maintain what we've built.
Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Councilor Nebraska.
First off, thank you for presenting this, I think in a different way this year too, which is really insightful for those watching as well as all of us here. Couple questions for you. One actually was with the multilingual learners. I understand that the percentages are all, it matters the total number of students we're talking about, right? Because I mean, if we have 2 and it goes to 4, then that's, that 100% increase is not that significant. But this was, I think, as a percentage, but also in terms of like the number of students, it was what, 90 up to 133. That's not insignificant. Do we have any sense as to what would be, obviously we have demographic changes, which I recognize fully, but that seems like a pretty significant jump over a very short period of time. Do we have any sense of what the drivers are relative to that?
Yeah, I think just the changing demographics in the state, right? And so that number is pretty low compared to a lot of our neighbors.
Is that right?
It is absolutely right. A number of our kind of surrounding districts have that number is probably double that, right? So yeah, so it's just a changing demographic and kind of changing population in the state of Massachusetts.
And then you mentioned about, was it a 2-hour minimum per day?
2 periods.
2 periods per day?
Yes, sir.
That's a state mandate?
It is.
And what is the state doing relative to that? I mean, does this constitute really an unfunded mandate, or is there some sort of, a special funding that we're getting as a result of that base, that ties with the number of students that we have, ML students we have? I
think it depends on the district. It could result in an unfunded mandate. I think, because it's not an equal distribution and not the same in every district. So for example, there's not 5 first graders, 5 second graders, 5 third graders at the same level, so it's predictable. So when our numbers increase, it doesn't equal an equal number of periods because it all depends on what level those students are in terms of what their English proficiency is, but also what level they're at in regard to elementary, middle, or high. So it's a little Sudoku-esque, and I know this is not the kind of concise answer that you might be looking for, but it's not kind of a linear, predictable piece, and because of that, I think it puts different districts in different spaces in terms of needs. So it might look complicated for us, but compared to some other districts, this is we're managing this by reconstituting positions that we have. We would like more, but we're going to make it work with the footprint of the budget that we are kind of seeking this year in.
Go ahead. But with this in special education, these are 2 of the subgroups that counts towards our formula. So when we have to report our DESE numbers, these are contributing factors to how we're reimbursed for the Chapter 70 formula, which I know everyone likes to talk about why we're not getting as much as some other districts. But this is one of the subgroups that is part of that formula.
We actually had a bit of a discussion about that a couple meetings ago. You might have caught that. But so that's what I'm getting at, though.
Right.
This 48% increase. That's an input into the
Yes.
Chapter 70.
Yes.
But
Yes.
it's the sense that I've gotten is that it's not a dollar for dollar, reimbursement. Like there's an added cost, or like you're saying, reconstituting positions and the like. Obviously, which I respect. You're trying to, make kind of shuffle folks around to make sure the needs are met. But it's not a dollar for dollar, basically. We're not getting from the state anywhere near probably what our expenditure is, right?
No.
We receive, I'm just thinking of the Title III grant. We do receive an entitlement grant for students, for our multilingual learners, but there's a lot of limitations to the grant. We can't, it's mainly for professional development, curriculum resources, that sort of thing. So we use it, we spend it on materials, mostly instructional materials, professional development, some summer tutoring, that sort of thing, but it's not enough to fund positions, which is what we're doing with reconstituting next year. I should have mentioned this when I was on the slide, that the majority of our students, about 80 out of the 133, are at the elementary level. So that is why there's the request to add more staff to the elementary level to be closer in compliance to the state mandated minutes that students should be receiving, which we've been challenged to meet just by for lack of staffing. But yeah, we're not getting reimbursement on staffing, which is what we really need right now.
Because it could also, I imagine, from year to year, especially if it transfers in, be a scattershot approach, because you could have elementary, it could be a lot of high school juniors, for instance, or it could be middle schoolers, and that's obviously, each of those could create its own set of challenges, potentially, right, from a funding standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely, because for some students, you're creating individualized programming.
Right.
Depending on where they are, and I think we're seeing that, I mentioned the high school level can be the most challenging. Because we may have students that are just, like Rosie said, singletons that don't have a peer group that matches their needs, and we're creating, individual program for a lot of students, which is time, staffing, curriculum.
So I guess, Mr. Mayo, if we could add that to the list of grievances that we have relative to not getting funded from the state. Indeed. And then just finally, I know you're mentioning about $55 million and change that's budgeted. With benefits, where does that put us approximately for fiscal 26?
So benefits are not in the school department budget.
Right,
They live in-
understandable, yeah.
There has been a request for the school department to fund school lunch benefits because of that revolving account. But for the school department, I believe it's about $18 million of benefits.
So it'd be like health, with that inclusive of health insurance, retirement, and
yes,
be all in. You're saying about another, right? All the right, exactly. So you expect that to be about 18 million on top of the.
Well, I don't know if we know what the GIC rates are for next year.
I have that information in front of me just from the wonderful meeting that you guys scheduled with the FinCom as well. It looks like it's about 13 million in total. So that's health insurance, retirement, workers' comp, Medicare, OPEB, and unemployment.
So about 68,
and it's
69.
contributed retirement line too. I don't know if you have the retirement line.
That's in there too, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so like 68, 69 ballpark then with that. Okay. Terrific. Well, thank you for this presentation. Thank you for the work you're doing. Appreciate it.
Any other questions, Councilor Chines?
Thank you very much. I want to echo the thanks. The complexity of this budget every year astounds me, and that's not a criticism of you guys. That's actually a compliment, because the complexity of what you're trying to manage with the several thousand students that you have in the Wakefield Public Schools, and the diverse level of need that you see at each and every grade level, at each and every classroom, really speaks to how challenging it is to put together a budget, particularly in an environment where you have the constraints that you have. And so I've always been impressed with the level of transparency and forethought that goes into the process. And I do want to highlight, I think over the last couple of years in particular, with things like the video presentation, with the opportunity for the tri-board meeting that we had to be able to kind of dig into this in a lot of detail. It's been incredibly useful. And so I really commend you, Dr. Lyons, for your leadership, Christine, for, everything that you do to kind of pull this together. I see our colleagues from the school committee, Mr. Ingalls and Mr. Markham. It is really something that's astounding. I want to talk a little bit about revolving funds, but I'll get to that. Just a couple of things to underscore the complexity of the population. For the 133 multilingual learners that we're talking about, how many languages are represented in that population, would you guess?
Over 20. Our primary, our most, I'll say popular for lack of a better word right now, Portuguese and Spanish are our two main languages that we're bringing in a lot of in-person translation and translating a lot of documents, but we have over 20 languages.
Yeah, but I would imagine you're also seeing like Haitian Creole,
Yep.
you're seeing like Vietnamese, like,
Yep.
yeah, so I mentioned that, and just because I think you really effectively highlighted the fact that like a multilingual learner in the Wakefield Public Schools is not necessarily, that experience is not universal. It depends on grade level, it depends on their level of language facility.
Absolutely.
And obviously in terms of the support structure, it depends on the fact that you're talking to kids who are speaking in over 20 different languages. On the special education side, Ms. Galvin, you mentioned sort of the IEPs were about 18%. If you were to add 504 plans into that, do you have a sense as to what that number would be?
Probably closer to 20-25%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, fully a quarter of our students have some sort of recognized, documented accommodations that we're making, not including, just the run-of-the-mill sort of individualized education that happens in every classroom based on, again, student needs, progress and so forth. And so again, I mention that because it just underscores the complexity of what we're trying to manage here. I think in light of that, the fact that you've come up with a plan to accommodate that complexity, while working within kind of the confines of the staffing budget that you have, obviously separate and apart from negotiated increases, is really something. The one piece I want to dig into a little bit is the revolving funds, and I know this has been sort of a fraught discussion. But could you speak to, for the revolving funds that are funded through things like user fees, family paid tuition and so forth, could you speak to any sort of cost increases that you've laid out over the last couple of years in those spaces?
Sure. So we haven't increased user fees since the pandemic. We wanted to make sure that we weren't increasing those costs to families, but costs for everything else is rising. ICE fees are rising, athletic costs are rising. So people, we have about 1,000 students every year who pay user fees to play on our fantastic sports. But we're trying to maintain what we can afford from those revolving accounts and from the local budget to support both of those programs. That in the Doyle preschool, we have families who pay tuition to attend the preschool, but every year those salaries for those teachers go up due to the collective bargaining agreement. That tuition has slightly increased according to the collective bargaining agreement. I think it's slated to increase by 4% next year. But we've been really thoughtful about not passing on costs on to families in Wakefield unless those revolving accounts couldn't sustain it for the next year. We have to have a small balance in these accounts in order to withstand salaries or anything that needs to be drawn from those accounts in order to maintain those programs. But we recognize that the balances were larger since the pandemic, so we thought about spending now thoughtfully over 4 years to help reduce the tax levy. But by not reducing any services or staffing, those costs are going to eventually become part of our base budget.
Yep.
So, we're really thoughtful about that and about where our revenue is coming from. But that, along with our entitlement grants that we just talked about with Title III and Title I, I never thought we'd be talking about cuts to entitlement grants. An entitlement grant means something that the demographics of Wakefield we are entitled to based on our population, and student populations. But right now we are hearing that maybe the state isn't going to fund at the rates that they have historically. And for our special education grant, that covers about 26, almost 27 paraprofessionals on those grants. So we're really watching that. Right now, the assumptions are that those grants will be funded, but if the cut doesn't come in 26, will it come in 27? So we've been having a lot of those conversations.
I can imagine, and I think, anyone who sort of lives in this space in terms of, municipal finance or school finance does as well. I ask about the fee increases because while I certainly no one wants to increase fees, I am concerned that, you're pushing on a balloon, right? And so if we don't look at it through fee increases, it's going to come into the budget and either hits the tax levy or hits the services that are provided in schools. And so I do think, again, and I pay user fees at the high school. I have students in the public schools. I mean, this hits my family as well. But I do think we have to be thoughtful about making sure that, the fee structures for those programs do track to the underlying cost increases that we're seeing, because I'm concerned that as we look to the future in kind of a complex budget situation and challenging budget times with threats to entitlement grants and things like that, that the sources of funding that we've historically been able to rely upon are all of a sudden not quite as reliable, I think, as we'd like them to be. And so as much as, again, I don't want to pay additional fees, most of the parents I know wouldn't want to pay additional fees. I would rather be in that situation where, I'm contributing a little bit more when my son runs cross country than having you guys come to us and say, we either have to present you with an increase that's in the high single digits, or we're going to have to start cutting staff or thinking about laying off teachers. To me, that's a trade-off that makes sense. And I think part of it is making sure that by assuring the revolving accounts where we control the inputs in terms of tuitions and fees and so forth, that we're collecting enough revenue to sustain the offsets to things like benefits that you've been able to do over the last couple of years.
I think, Jonathan, we're just trying to manage the increased costs.
Yeah.
Right? And so, everything is going up, but that doesn't mean we're going to increase costs on everything, right? And so we're trying to do it thoughtfully, and we're trying to do it incrementally. So if we increase tuition this year, next year we might look at athletics or fine and performing arts, right? And so there's kind of, we want to do this in a staggered way so that we're just not passing off costs one for one. It just doesn't make sense for us to do that. It seems unfair to do this to the community. I hear you, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I will take you up on that. But I just think we're just trying to do it in a way that people can afford.
Yeah, no, I get that. But again, keep in mind that, if the offset of that is that, we're not paying for salaries and benefits, like that's still coming out of what people can afford. Like that's still coming out of the tax levy. So that's my only point is I think, on the town side, on the school side, like we're all going to have to be more creative about looking at sources of revenue in the coming years. And again, speaking as a parent who pays some of these fees, I appreciate that, sometimes it's sort of a stepwise function, right? Where you don't want to do little increases every year, but maybe do, a 5% increase one year that lasts you a couple of years. Yeah. That makes total sense. Yeah. I just want to make sure that we're not undervaluing the services that we're providing to families and students, particularly in light of the cost increases that you guys are seeing. Busing is another good example. I mean, I believe that for most of us, that's just a direct pass-through. So my assumption is with the NRT contract, what I pay for busing is going to go up by 10% each year. Yep. And that's fine, right? That is the cost. That is a service that you're not obligated to provide that I'm taking advantage of and appreciate that. I would just make sure we have the same sort of discipline and perspective across the board because, again, it's pushing on a balloon, right? Like if we're not talking about fees, it's going to have some other impact on the budget that is going to exert pain in some way.
Duly noted.
Great.
Councilor Carney?
And just because Jonathan brought up, you must have some safety nets built in regards to kids who can't afford these.
We do.
Yeah, okay. Across the board, fees is a great policy, but there are families out there who can't afford that, and I hope those kids are protected.
We don't turn students away from athletics or fine and performing arts or extracurricular activities at all. And so that's not what we're in business to do. In fact, we go out of our way to figure out how to include as many as possible.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions from councilors? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation.
Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vacation is going now, right?
But if you want to go back up around 6.
Why don't we do let them go? Because they'll just be here for these next.
Yeah, let's just do
Do the
budgets and
budgets
get
and
them.
then they can
So we're gonna go back to the
go to the vote.
the vote
Yeah.
budget. Yep.
I vote yes.
You vote yes, okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, town council members. First budget tonight we'll discuss is the vocational school budget. For fiscal '26, we're recommending that this budget be increased to $100,842. We send students to 2 vocational schools. One is the Northeast Regional. The other one is Essex North. For the Northeast Regional, the increase is $74,947. This increase is broken down $5,288 to the operation portion of the budget and $69,659 to the debt service portion for the new school that's being built up on the hill. For Essex North, the increase is $24,510. In fiscal '25, we budgeted 8 students to go to the Essex North. 10 students actually attended. So we are going to have to do a reserve fund transfer this fiscal year. Out of the 10 students that are currently there, 2 are going to be graduating. So we are budgeting 1 extra student there for next year. Small increase in the tuition cost for the Essex North. Total budget requests for fiscal '26 is $2,659,327.
Councilor Chines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the Northeast budget. So we have in the budget sheet an increase of 3.16%. They're showing in their packet something like 7.1 specific for Wakefield based on the students that they had listed. Any sense as to how to square that? Are we talking about different numbers of students or?
That could have been before the reduction, that the original budget, or the draft budget that came out was a little bit higher.
Yeah, I think they said the 7.1 was inclusive of the allocation from like the excess and deficiency funds, unless there was a further reduction.
I think the 7.1% is our enrollment percentage.
So they have that list of, hang on, I'm looking at the wrong side, thank you. But it still is not.
This is too small for medium.
I know, no, I.
The 713 is the salary on page.
So total assessment 2445.
Yeah, that's on page, identified as page 1, but it's technically the second page.
That looks like that's just the salary request, Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm happy to take it offline. Again, it just didn't, I mean, candidly, quite frankly, the backup from Northeast is not particularly clear relative to how you guys present budgets.
Right.
So kudos to you there. I can take it offline.
Sure.
What did happen with the vote, so it's this, the amount that budget is requesting includes the assessment for the school.
Yes.
Okay? Now, the VOC, interestingly enough, their excess and deficiency account for June 30th of 2024, I believe, was just certified by the DOR. And under the enabling agreement of the 12 communities with vocational school in the state is that the VOC cannot have reserves of greater than 5%.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's by design because they can just go back to every community. You know, we want to have reserves, but they can only have 5. So they were exceeded that. So that money actually reduced our assessment. They put that towards the assessment for the bond. Debt service. So this was really a very, it came in lower than forecasted because of that new news that just came in. So actually, a good news all around on that budget.
Yeah, no, and absolutely, and believe me, if the increase is 3, I will gladly take that over 7, so.
Yeah. And hopefully Chapter 70 goes up a little bit, possibly. It may even be a little bit better, but who knows?
Any other questions? Councilor Chimes?
No, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? In which case, I'd entertain a motion to accept budget 35 as presented.
I move that we accept that budget 35 as presented.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Sherry, that's 7-0. Thank you very much. We will move to, is it budget number 40, Medicare?
The Medicare budget, we are recommending an increase of $57,655 over the current fiscal year. This budget is used to pay the town's portion of the Medicare tax, which is a salary-based tax for employees hired after 1986. The tax rate is 1.45%. The FY26 budget request is $1,087,850.
Questions from the council?
So move you approve it, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's 7-0. Sherry. Moving on, we have budget number 1, town council.
Last budget is the town council budget. We are recommending an increase of $189,781 over the current fiscal year. This increase breaks down $175,364 to the tax levy, $14,417 increase to the water, sewer, and insurance transfer line item. This increase is all in personal services. The 2 big changes in personal services, in FY25, we funded a half-year position, Assistant Town Administrator, Finance Director. In FY26, we are funding that for the full fiscal year. And also, in fiscal 25, we used $74,264 in ARPA funds to offset the salary portion of this budget. Total budget request for fiscal 26 is $896,226, with $793,499 coming from tax levy and $102,727 coming from a water, sewer, and insurance transfer.
And as I did point out to the board, the town planner will be leaving us on May 12th. So that is a vacancy that we'll have to be looking at in the next year.
But we're leaving that amount in the proposed budget?
I left it in for now. Level funded from last year.
Any questions from Councilor Dombrowski?
So in looking at this budget, I have a real concern when we're looking at a delta of only $13,000 between town administrator and was identified as assistant town administrator. And I'm thinking more from the perspective of if I was an applicant as to be the next town administrator, I would look at this and say, well, there's $225,000 budgeted, but the second in command, based upon what the name indicates, is only earning $13,000 less than me. And I can't think of another organization where you'd have such a close salary between the two. I mean, that's like a sliver of a difference between, and also the 225. That's, Steve, is specific to you. That's what we negotiated through a contract with you. That's not the
Right, that's a placeholder. I put that in. I think the recruiting company will probably have something to say about that.
But I mean, any potential applicant watching tonight's meeting will see this and say, well, there's only a $13,000 difference between assistant town administrator and town administrator.
And again, that's a long-term employee that will be leaving. I think that'll be different. There'll certainly be no longevity on the new person. So, and I think probably that 225 is probably, well, I'm not sure that's the number we'll end up.
Maybe not. I mean, it could be a little bit higher potentially, but we're not talking, it's not a $300,000 role, is my point.
No, it might stay.
Oh, was that an option?
No, it's not an option at all. If my wife is watching, that's not an option.
So move you, Mr. Chairman.
My wife is watching, that's not I didn't mean it that way.
My point being, though, like, the optics of this are significant, especially someone who's looking at this role. And when the town council is going to be in a negotiating position with a new town administrator, it does concern me that there's barely a difference between the salary for these two positions. And I don't think we can just, like, if it weren't, and no offense to Kevin, obviously, if it weren't for Kevin and there was someone else that was in this role, they wouldn't be making $212,000 a year. I mean, that's a lot of money for an assistant town administrator.
But that's the way it always works, though, in the sense that the person coming in is going to have a salary, okay? That they're leaving a job at a certain salary. So, you know, you take that under consideration based on their qualifications and everything else. So it's never a set amount of money saying, you know, we're offering all you people the same amount of money.
But an assistant town administrator inherently is not going to get paid around the same scale. I mean, Steve, because if you look at this, Steve is at 225 this year, and then it's putting Kevin at 212 next, like that role. They both have a lot of experience, right? So it's not as if Steve's like fresh and someone else is far more seasoned. That's not a big difference between the CEO and the assistant CEO.
If you did, and that was a placeholder, and not that it's a huge difference anyway, Ed, but if you did move my salary up according to the contract, it would be a little bit more next year. I kind of level funded it for this purpose, but it's not, I get your point.
It's more the difference between the two and like what kind of messaging that sends to someone, because I would say, well, if the assistant, if they're making 212, then I want to be making 280, you know, like, I mean, that's a logical, that's the logical gap. You need to have that gap between those two roles. They're different roles.
But you always look at what they're making right now, too. You know, so they come in at a certain salary, and you'll have a range of those people coming in at various levels, and you're not going to give someone you're not going to give the two people the same raise if based on what they're making right now.
But why do we have a town administrator and assistant town administrator that are earning within $13,000 of each other? That to me is like fundamentally too close of a gap. There's barely daylight between those salaries.
But it would have been more. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Would have been more if Steve stuck.
I mean, probably a couple thousand more. I mean, see, we're not talking.
Right, no, we like 230-ish.
Yeah, right.
250.
230.
230.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Councilor Jones.
You know, anytime, and I apologize, Mr. Gill and Mr. Mayo, that we're talking so publicly about your salaries. I'm sure that's really comfortable for everyone. You know, anytime you have sort of transitions in any team, in any department, in any role, you know, you have sort of legacy salaries that carry forward that, you know, sometimes when you have turnover just get reset. And so I'm not particularly worried because, you know, when we're talking about Mr. Gill, we are talking about an incredibly seasoned, long-standing employee that's had kind of years and years and years of time and experience built up here. I don't anticipate that, you know, when Mr. Gill, which hopefully won't happen for a very long time, but I suspect that's probably not the case, but when Mr. Gill decides to retire, I don't think we'll be bringing someone in at that same salary as deputy. So I think that it's an explainable variance when we talk about, you know, kind of negotiating a salary with the next town administrator. I don't, you know, if I were in the position where I were looking as a job applicant, I wouldn't look at that as something that would be concerning to me.
But when we look at the assistant town administrator was just recently created. So this is what the first budget cycle we've had that. And when you look at the jump from where Mr. Gill had been to where he is now, it's probably like, what, a $50,000 increase or something. Do you know what I'm saying? So we're sending the messaging that, oh, the assistant town administrator is worth $212,000 to us because Mr. Gill, with all of his experience, as you're talking about, and his core competencies are in the accounting department, right? That's where he spent his tenure. And not to talk about you were sitting here, but then we're saying, oh, so we're going to give him a new title and we're going to increase that, what, by $50,000, I think it was, or thereabouts. Like, that's a big jump. And when people are looking at this, they're going to say, well, if that's where the town is going with an assistant town administrator, because his core competencies are not an assistant town administrator, his core competencies are his accounting background. That's a big jump in a short amount of time, because we've in essence created a position and said, okay, this position is worth $212,000, because it wasn't a lateral move for him, because if it was, we'd be paying him probably about $50,000 less than we're paying him. So anyone looking at this from the outside is going to see this as, okay, well, if that's what the assistant, why is the town administrator not making far in excess of that?
And I guess I don't agree with that. I think it's an explainable variance that you would be able to work through with applicants, both for a town administrator or eventually an assistant town administrator.
Well, could you explain to me the $50,000 variance then from one year to the next?
So I don't want to talk about specifically the decisions we made about one particular employee. I don't think this is the place for it. I don't see this as a barrier for negotiating what will ultimately be sort of the right salary with whoever the next town administrator is.
Councilor Butler.
Yeah, I think that, and I'm not siding with Councilor Dombrowski here or Councilor Trines. The biggest issue is, in terms of the increase this year and certainly the increase last year, is this body made a decision to turn what 2 people were doing into a job for 3. And that job for 3 is 3 senior executives, and that's great, but that comes with a cost. I think the differential thing, CFOs make a lot of money too. And so he's sort of the joint right now, CFO and assistant town administrator. I think we as a body, and I know we've charted it out and whatnot, but and probably the next town administrator need to figure out what all of those roles are. And in fact, there are some roles that are out there. We have some elected roles that probably should be brought in-house, but that's not, that's not for me to say around this. And we have, we have a lot of spending, administratively, we actually spend relatively much less relative to towns of our demographic and our size, which is good. I think that's a good thing, and that's a testament to both Steve and Kevin, and I expect it will continue on. But I think that, we'll have to find out. We'll find out from, that's one of the things we're paying these people from whoever to, not just find us candidates, but to figure out what's the right pricing. I don't know what the new people in Bedford and Danvers got, whether they've published.
If I was a candidate, I'd watch this.
Yeah.
Don't just think they will, though.
Is that a raised hand, Councilor Butler?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't know if you were adjusting your watch or raising your hand.
Both. Steve, can I just, this budget is fine. I'm realizing how much this department has grown over the last couple of years, and to know that we're going to have a vacant position, and we put so much time in, particularly 2 of my colleagues that are leaving, into the job posting of that. And so I actually would like to add this to a future meeting for those of us that are sticking around, because I think we need to rework it a little bit to have somebody that didn't stay that long in the position, and just kind of look at what we think are going to be the priorities in the next couple of years. I'd like the town council involved in that. I don't know, at this level, do we create a hiring committee, and some of us be a part of that? But I do want to look at that job description and think about if it needs to be updated and changed.
Yep.
Which job description?
The strategic plan.
The strategic plan, the planner is leaving. And I think it's been less than a year. So, and we were very deliberate, Councilor McLean, Councilor Vincent, and Councilor Dennehy worked on that position and that job description. We spent a lot of time on it. So I think I'd like to look at that, and the town council kind of look at that before it's posted.
Any other councilors? I'll simply say, Counselor Butler, you're correct that the body voted. I think a year ago, I was the sole vote against setting up a separate two positions to replace Steve with the headwinds we've discussed in a personal services increase of 32.41. I will continue to disagree with what was done about a year ago. No disrespect meant to any of the parties involved. I know Steve has a lot of direct reports. I know some of them are, director level people themselves, like, Department of Public Works Director, Scory, Fire Chief, etc. We've had one person doing the job for 17 years, and I would pick this as a place for us to take on those headwinds, but I will not be here to do so. But I will exercise the same vote I did a year ago, with all due respect. Any other questions from the counselors? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve budget number 1. We are number 1, Town Council.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Sherry, that's 5-2 with Counselor Dombrowski and myself voting no.
Thank you, guys.
We are now, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry to keep you. We've done capital, so I believe we are at 9B. We can move all the way to B.
Do we want to move back to 6F and G?
Oh, my goodness. We've got to go back. You're right. Apologies. 6F was letter of engagement agreement, town administrator search. I believe this has been in our materials from Community Paradigm Associates LLC. With a vote expected, Town Councilor Mullen has reviewed and approved the agreement. Any questions on the agreement or concerns from councilors?
I should just
ask-
point out, that
Yes.
I made 2 changes to what they started off with. First, they had a clause that would have us indemnify them if there were any kind of lawsuit arising from this process, and I never liked that. I took that out immediately. And then I proposed to them, and they accepted a clause that had been suggested by their competitor, as you may recall,
Yes.
which says they agree that if their services result in the hiring by the town of an individual as town administrator, they will not thereafter solicit or participate in the solicitation of that person to apply for employment with any other municipality so long as he or she remains employed by the town.
Great, great.
And otherwise, I think it's fine.
The other area was the compensation. 1 year, if the new town administrator does not last 1 year, they won't charge, other than advertising.
Yeah.
So I thought that was what the board had talked about.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
So, Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the letter of engagement agreement as presented.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any other discussion?
I think the only discussion I had was before, in terms of their timeline, seemed very aggressive, that they were going to be able to get this done and hired by June 30th, which seems like a pipe dream. But
I would agree.
And do we have is the hiring process as long as it takes, or do they have a set? That's the one thing I couldn't get in the contract is there, do they have a drop dead date?
I don't think.
Or the time to tell us to pound sand that they've done enough for us?
I mean, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Sure, please, go ahead.
It does say agrees that its service, reading the wrong paragraph, never mind.
Okay.
This is why I need to put my glasses on when I'm reading this.
Well, I sadly brought my progressive, so I'm looking through the bottom. Okay. That's fine. I mean, I'm in favor. I'm going to say yes to the contract no matter, so we can move on.
Okay. If no further discussion, all those in favor of executing the contract? All those opposed? That's 7-0, Sherry. Who executes this one, Steve?
I think the vote would be to allow you to sign it,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Moving on to item, who's next here?
The town administrator search committee composition.
The composition of the search committee, we haven't done that one yet, right?
What are we actually be discussing here, Mr. Chairman? The people who will be on it?
Yeah, I think we had kind of roughed out a number of 7-ish last meeting, but we hadn't yet decided who it will be composed of.
How are we gonna do that tonight?
I assume discussion and back and forth. I'm not saying that
I want to table this issue, motion to table.
Second.
There's people here who are not gonna be on the committee, on the council, and we can't be doing that.
The only thing I'd ask you guys is, I have no horse in the race, but is it gonna slow things down at all?
Well, I mean,
Yes.
it's not,
Yes,
yes,
okay.
but it's also not gonna happen by June 30th, no matter what we do right now.
That doesn't matter.
But we had talked about not even necessarily individuals, but at least categories of folks, like town employees, residents, people who are volunteers, things like that.
I honestly want my own person. I think you should have your own person. Everybody here should have their own person, because then you're feeling confident that you're part of it. How do I know that you got, well, let me make some suggestions. At the last meeting, you said, okay, the superintendent and this person. Well, I'm not as close to those people as you are, okay? So I want someone who represents my beliefs, and I don't want to deny you that he done it. So, but I think the new council has to be the ones who pick it.
Well, we got a motion to table seconded. Discussion on that motion only? Anybody, Councilor Chimes?
I think we need to move ahead. I think that we need to, kind of, set a stake in the ground in terms of who we're picking for this. I mean, we knew this was going to be on the agenda for today. We have had a chance to kind of digest the suggestions that people had last time. I'm not in favor of tabling it. I think we've got to make some decisions.
Councilor Dombrowski?
I'd also just point out that assuming we're including the public at large, that involves an application process where we want people to submit, we need to put a notice out, a request out, and then wait for applications to come in. The selection obviously isn't happening this evening of those individuals, but at least it keeps that process moving forward. So whatever composition this council has can review it at the next meeting or two meetings from now. But otherwise, we're losing a good amount of time because you can't even create the whole committee until you have the applications out there and people applying and it's selected. So I think it does create a significant delay ultimately. But I respect, Councilor Carty, you have a different approach. You just believe that each member of the council should select one person. And I respect that's your perspective on it. So the posting would be of no consequence to your model if it was adopted.
Any other discussion on the motion itself? Councilor Vincent?
Thank you, Chair McLean. I really kind of defer to the 5 people who are going to be left on the council after tonight. I mean, if the majority of those 5 want to go forward tonight, I'm willing to participate that. If the majority of those 5 want to table this tonight, I'm willing to vote to table. But I don't want to make a vote that stops you all from going forward if that's what the majority of the 5 who are left, since Chair McLean and I won't be here, want to do. So I'm kind of...
I guess we could abstain and let them fight it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm inclined to abstain on this vote so that the 5 of you can decide whether you want to go forward tonight or not.
I mean, I think we can go forward with talking about it tonight. I just don't know that we're going to get anywhere tonight. And I'm sorry, Jonathan, you're like, oh, it's been on the agenda, it's thought about. Like, we can talk about it, but I don't know that we're in a place where we can put that group together right now.
I guess we may find out.
Yeah, we could find
because
out.
if it continues on, I won't abstain a second time. I'll have an opinion. And it might be consistent with yours.
Could we, I think at the last meeting, right, we got to a place where we said 7 was the number, right? So we all agree on that.
Got that.
They're going to have members of the public. Could we agree tonight to put a posting out for and we vote on the number of members of the public, so let's say 3 or 4, and like we just say we're going to put out and send in your application before the next meeting, so then the next meeting, it's not the one-on-one, but we'll choose those 4. Would you feel okay with that, John?
I'm going to say this, that, you know, we all think differently, okay? So if a majority of the next council appoints people where I'm not having someone I feel comfortable with on that selection committee, no, I'm not going to feel comfortable. And I don't think it should work that way. The last time, and I'm the only one who was involved the last time, we each had our own representative. That way you felt comfortable that someone was looking out for your best interest, because I have my own viewpoints on this. And in all fairness, we have different viewpoints. We may be looking for different qualities. So I want my viewpoints to be representative, and it won't be if a majority of the next council, or this council, whichever, decides, okay, these are the people who are going to be on the committee. And I haven't even asked some people if they may be interested in serving. And I want to get a good quality person who represents my viewpoints. That's my opinion.
Councilor Chang?
I mean, I guess my counter to that is you will be able to express your opinion, because at the end of the day, the 7 of us who are on the council are going to select the next town administrator.
So say 4 of you decide the person I wanted on the council is not going to serve. So now the majority of the people, you know, are going to tell me who's going to represent me, represent the candidates. And I don't.
But I guess what I'm saying is you'll be representing yourself when we, as a council of 7, you know, evaluate the finalists and decide who we're going to hire.
It goes by majority vote, and it's a 4-3 vote.
Well, I mean, I can't help you on that one. I mean,
See, that's where I disagree with you. I think we all should have our own representative on the committee. Then I'd feel comfortable, no matter, you know, you have your person who you trust, you know.
But again, it's not about the people that we trust. I mean, again, the 7 of us, whoever is sitting on the town council, when we have finalists presented to ourselves, we are the ones voting. And so, you know, whoever the majority decides at that point, whether I'm part of that majority or not, well, you know, that's where we go. I guess my point being that I don't think any of us, even if we don't select a direct representative for the screening committee, I don't think any of us are being disenfranchised in the process, because at the end of the day, the buck stops with us. We're the ones that make the final decision.
Okay, well, so if you folks, some of you folks think differently than I do, and so you're going to pick people who are going to, and you are going to represent your best interest, who you want to get that job. And I honestly think that's wrong. I think each one of us should have a say. So we're all elected. The only reason we're discussing this is there's a law that says we can't go into executive session. Mm-hmm. So if that law didn't exist, we would be the selection committee. So I want a person who I trust, who's going to be sitting there and know that this is a fair process. And then I'll feel comfortable with the voting part.
Councilor Butler?
Sure. I understand that that's like, you know, that's how you would feel comfortable. I think we as a body have to decide how we're picking this committee. And like you can, you know, look, I've been on the one side a bunch. So you can stomp your feet until the cows come home, but that might not make it so. Like just because you're like, I feel very disenfranchised if I don't get to pick this one thing. Yeah, you're gonna be, if that's not the way we as a group vote, you're gonna feel disenfranchised. That's, you know, if, like, again, the hiring of this HR group, yeah, I feel disenfranchised because, yeah, of course, we all feel disenfranchised when we lose votes. But the notion that, like, because you feel this way, it has to be so for the rest of us, no, that's not the deal. And you know that. So, yeah, you may not get to pick your own person, depending on how we decide to go about doing this. And by the way, I do think, like, the 5 remaining people think about things really, really differently in general. So I don't think there's no uniformity of vote here in terms of that. I think that,
And I even think with the 2 new members on the council, we'll probably be surprised. Like, lots of people have been surprised by all of our individual votes over the past years. So I think for me, I was willing to table it and let it, and I'm fine with that, but I'm also fine having the discussion now if you want to talk about a composition. But I agree, Maureen. I agree with Maureen that we should at least get something out there like, and by the way, John, it could even be we're gonna get up to 7 people
That's true.
from the town.
Yeah.
We're gonna have townsfolk on it, but it's gonna be up to 7 because we may decide we want Doug on the committee. We may decide we want somebody else. We may decide we want, the Dolbear school nurse. I don't know, but someone.
Can I just suggest that we can at least put it out there? We don't even have to say a number, but we can say we're looking to have members of the community be a part of the search committee. So that way Sherry can at least post it. She can collect applications, resumes from folks, and then they can be available for this council, whatever configuration it is, to review. You can do 7, you could do 1, you could do 2, it doesn't matter, but at least to me, like that's the only kind of time pressure is let's at least post it out there so you get interest and you get people to come back, because then at least you have something to work with. You don't have to then wait.
So I think that's a good idea. I would maybe ask if we could dispose of
we do need
address the motion to table and then figure out if that's our next.
To table. The motion that has been seconded is to table this discussion relative to the composition with vote expected. All those in favor of the motion to table, that is Mr. Kearney. All those opposed? Looks like a 1-4, and I will abstain, and Councilor
I'm
Vincent
abstaining as well.
is abstaining, Sherry. So we are at the moment then carrying on.
So I would move that we authorize the town council clerk to post a request for applicants interested in being a part of the search committee for the next town administrator.
Second.
Do we have a number, or just generically?
I think we can I think we can say we're looking to have members of the public at large a part of it and just leave it
No
open.
specific number.
I don't think we need to.
I think that's right. I think the only thing that I would say is, when do we want the applications in? It's probably really quick to have them in for our next meeting. So, would the timeline be the meeting following April 28th?
I think you probably want them in earlier than that.
We'd want them in so that we could discuss whatever the meeting is following.
Like May 5th or something, is that enough time? Then you'll have at least a couple weeks probably to look at them.
I'm comfortable with that. I think that makes sense.
Okay, there is a motion seconded. Discussion on that motion from councilors?
I would just ask that Sherry reach out to this, until we figure out the correct process, and because we won't have a chair for a couple of weeks, that Sherry reach out to the search firm and ask them for the wording and kind of work with them about that. But yeah, kind of what do we want to say that we're looking for? But members of the public, it's going to be this amount of time over this many weeks. All of that they kind of explain to us, the process. Because we don't just want to say, do you want to be a part of this? We have to explain what it means to be a part of it. I think they said hybrid meetings, probably, once a week for a couple of weeks, being mindful of holidays and things like that. So if she could reach out to them and.
Any other discussion, Councilor
Just
Jones?
to that end too, I think it would also, and now that we've, agreed to sign their contract, if we could get their feedback on, not the composition by name, but the composition by role of the search committee, I think that would also be helpful for us as we think about, specifically the roles that we want on that body.
Any other councilors' comments? I just want to say that I will be voting against this because I agree with Councilor Carney. Since I'm brought into the vote, I would be agreeing with his process. So. Just so you know, that's why I'm voting no. No disrespect to anybody. Okay, any other comments from the counselors? Okay, the motion is to, as Counselor Dombrowski indicated, to have some advertisements for members of the public. All those in favor? Opposed? I'm the only one opposed to that, Sherry. Okay. So are we good with that for now until the next meeting, or do we need to further discuss the composition of said
No, I think
committee?
to
We're good?
honor what John said, we will
Yeah.
do it at the next meeting.
Okay,
And I
great.
feel like, you and Bob don't want to be a part of it, so we'll wait till the next meeting.
Okay.
And I guess everyone, John kind of has his proposal. I think the rest of us can kind of think about what we think, and we'll have
Yep.
2 new people. But
Could I maybe suggest, I think, in 2 meetings ago, I think we all sent Steve, kind of our ideas on the composition. I would maybe suggest that we do so again, just so that, again, we can start to put some form around what it is that we're looking for. I think we took the necessary step here of making sure that we advertise for members of the public. Certainly my perspective is there should be members of the public on this committee, and I think we're probably have reasonable consensus around that. But I think it would be helpful, going into the next time that we discuss this, if we have, sort of a similar collection of feedback as we did, I think it was 2 meetings ago, in the packet, so that we have just something concrete that we can all look at and react to and, hopefully kind of move forward. I mean, we do need to, obviously, we have some time to kind of collect some applications, but we do at some point need to actually name the people on this committee, and I just want to make sure we don't sort of drag it out longer than we need to.
I thought we help our budget for the town council budget, don't we, if we drag it out longer?
Well, that is fair. may not be the best approach from a governance standpoint.
Okay, well, I wish you all Godspeed. Are we now back to item 9, or have we exhausted all the elements in 6 or 7? 9, I would say we did capital.
Yep.
So I'd say we're on B, Article 3, Debt Service Fund.
If you want, Mr. Chairman, I can kind of run through these all together like we did last meeting, and then you can vote. You like that?
You got the
Okay.
thumbs up
Thank
from
you.
me.
Excellent. All right, so the debt service, which is Article 3 in our hymnal at town meeting, that is how we pay our bonds. And, for the next fiscal year, we're going to see the next iteration of the next bonding of the high school. Remember, we bonded out last year about $100 million, so this number is going to go up. There'll be about $7.5 million, or $7,548,150. That will be outside of the tax levy, and there'll be $2 million inside the tax levy for those other bonds that I kind of talked about earlier this evening, for a total of $9,548,150. That does not include the bonding that we will be doing sometime in fiscal year '26 for the final borrowing on the high school. Includes all the Galvin, obviously. It is those numbers are actually coming in less than we projected, because our interest rates have been a little bit better than we projected to the public. So I thought I'd run that by you. The next article is the fire supplemental, and stop me if there's any questions. The fire supplemental budget, we talked a little bit about this, or a lot about it when the fire department was in the budget, and they had the perfect storm this year, I would say. And so we're going to be looking for $625,000 to cover fire department overtime, $25,000 for expenses, for a total of $650,000. We also have a retirement coming up. A captain retired. Will be retiring in April, Captain Shinny, after many years. He was our fire prevention officer. So there'll be movement around. I think you probably got something on this the other day. So now we're down a firefighter. We've got to go hire another one that just vicious circle. I wish Captain Shinny a lot of good times ahead. A great captain and a great firefighter. Indemnification, which is how we pay for medical expenses incurred by both police and firefighters incurred during the line of duty. because workers' comp is not going to pay for any of those, and it would be cost prohibitive if they did, and insurance companies won't pay for it either. So indemnification in this area is for the, again, just for the fire department, and we see this article every few years, $125,000. Both supplemental budget and indemnification will be from free cash. The debt service will be from the tax levy. Fire pumper truck. This was talked a little bit about, again, when the fire department came in. This would be replacing the 25-year-old Seagrave that came in the year 2000 with a pumper. So by the time we get that pumper, the Seagrave will be 28 years old. Remember, these have a $15,000 to $20,000 life expectancy.
15 to 20 year.
15 to 20 year. So I was 15 to 20 year life expectancy. The Seagrave that we're replacing was purchased in the year 2000 for $310,000. Between $1.3 million and $1.5 million now. Pumping capacity is 12,050 gallons per minute. And what will happen is we will ratchet down our fire apparatus, so we will have a, the existing, the new pumper will run out of the main station. The 2017 pumper will be in reserve. Greenwood will have the 2021 pumper, and the 2006 pumper, they will be in reserve. So we'd be looking, or some will be coming back probably in 2031 to replace that pumper there. And we will trade in engine 4, which is the one that will be going out. I don't know how much we'll get. You'll recall when we traded in the one to Malden, we got it there and it fell apart. So we run them into the ground and run them to the end if we can. The last article that the town council needs to look at is it's Article 16, and this is really the realignment of Hemlock Road and Farm Street. A portion of the school parking lot will be taken, and Farm Street and Hemlock Road will be rejigged a little bit, and there will be a roundabout in that area to really kind of tee up that intersection. Right now, that's a real, it's not the best, awful intersection in town. Having driven it myself for years and having had 3 kids drive through it, going to school. So that will be an article at town meeting. It will take a town meeting vote. 2 things will have to happen. On the 28th, the town council will actually have a public hearing for the new road layout, and abutters to abutters will be noticed in person. I will tell you that we will notice also people up and down Farm Street, even though they don't have to by the statute. That will be an article at town meeting. Those are the final town meeting articles that we have. I don't know if there's any questions.
Councilor Chines.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. On the pumper truck.
Yes.
So when do we actually issue the bonding for that? Do we pay upon order or upon delivery? Or some combination of both? Of the 2?
Yeah, we will, I will stagger that as, I don't like to pay, because I don't want to pay the bond on this until I need it. So I think in the past, we paid it like, not upon order, but right before delivery.
Okay, so, okay, good. So we're not fronting out $1.3 million for something we're not going to see for 3 years?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Second question, just, as you were going through the supplemental, and we may not know the answer to this yet, but do we anticipate any reserve fund transfers, either to fire or elsewhere for the budget?
No, we do in other areas, we do.
Okay.
Not in fire. Geez, I went through these with Kevin the other day. Nothing outlandish. Minor here and there. We have no snow and ice overdraft this year, which is nice. Close. Yeah, I told we're not sending them out anymore. I can get you that number offline. I'm sorry, I don't have it.
No, that's okay.
Yeah. Nothing outlandish numbers.
Any other questions on the warrant article items? Councilor Butler?
So we have what did you say, 2021, a 2019, a 20, what are our pumper truck ages?
We have we'll have a new one.
No,
that
let's
we're gonna
say,
vote
let's
on now.
assume that,
We assume that passes.
yeah,
And it'll be backed up by a 2017 one, because
Yeah.
we run, backup bumpers. We'll have a 2021 main pumper in Greenwood, and that'll be backed up by a 2006.
okay. So what would like a 2015 cost?
A 2015.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if we could buy a 2015?
Yeah, I'm saying
A
you
used
buy
one?
a 2015 versus like, why am I buying a 28?
We build it to our specs, number one. But could we find one that we could be happy with? Maybe.
I just feel like
I've never heard of one being sold.
Well, right, because
Yeah.
I guess everybody tries to run them into
Yeah.
the ground as well.
Yeah.
I just feel like we're gonna have then so we'll have a 21 and we'll have a backup that's a 2016 or 2017. Is that what you said?
Yes.
The 2006, I thought you said.
And, well, we'll have a 2017 backup and a 2006 backup.
So the 2017 that realistically has 12 more useful years is going to be relegated to a backup in a town where we have tops 12 fires a year. So we're going to have...
They also go out on medical calls, but go ahead.
The pumper truck doesn't matter if it goes on medical calls. They could send a Toyota Prius to medical calls. But yeah, so I just feel like we're overspending on fire equipment and just we overspend on fire in general.
You do end up getting to a point where you need these fire apparatus. It costs a lot of money to maintain them, and I think they've got a good track of running these things well beyond their reasonable life, and we're on a pretty good schedule. But I respect what you're saying.
Councilor Carney?
Yeah, it's not that simple. You can't just send a firefighter on a Prius because you take that piece of equipment out
I
of
didn't
service.
mean, I was being facetious saying a Prius, for God's sake.
You make these comments about the fire department, I don't appreciate it.
Well,
And the ladder will be coming down the pike too, but that won't be my problem.
Right, and that's the thing.
Councilor
Thank you,
Vincent?
Chair McLean. Yeah, the ladder truck will be by 2032, 2033. So it takes 3 years to get the new pumper engine. So the 2021 and the 2017 will be the primaries for the next 3 years, while the 06 and the 2000 is the backup. So the 2017 is going to get major use over the next 3 years. By the time we receive the new one in 2028, that 2017 one is now 11 years old, with a lot of mileage on it over the next 3 years because it's one of the primary ones. Because you have this delay between order and delivery, that thing's just going to get older for a number more years. So it's prudent that the town is now investing in a pumper engine now, having to get another pumper engine by the end of this decade or early the next decade, and then having to get a fire engine truck, which costs over $3 million, probably by the year 2033. So to stagger, which all of these have 3-year delays, by the way. So it's good that we're paying attention to this one now, then another pumper engine, and then a ladder truck.
So we're designed to turn it over every 18 years. We've got 6 trucks and we turn them over every 3.
Well, the other ones are 2000, 2006, and then we had to jump to 2017, so we went 11 years.
Yeah, we went a long time without, I know, but I'm saying like we have this pumper and then we're buying another pumper probably 3 or 4 years after the 2033 ladder. Or this is getting delivered in 28, we'll probably get a ladder delivered and then we'll probably get another pumper. But then we actually should have a healthy gap because we'll have gotten all of our new stuff versus the 11-year gap that how did we have an 11-year gap?
I think because of the fiscal crisis in 2008. I think that's sort of what, I mean, 15 years later, 17 years later, that's what we're catching up upon.
Are we voting on any of these, Steve, or is this
Yes,
for
if you could vote
information?
on the articles as presented, that'd be great.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve Articles 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 16 for inclusion on the May 5th, 2025 warrant as presented.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's 7-0 Sherry?
Also in your packet, next, moving right along, is the actual warrant for May 5th, which you have seen all the articles that are under your purview and some that you haven't. And I've seen them all, even when they're under your purview or not. There are a total of 19 articles. And I would like, if the board, if the town council would approve the warrant for posting, that would be fabulous.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the town warrant for posting as presented with the 19 articles.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's 7-0. Sherry? Licenses. We have the farmer's market.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the farmer's market license agreement as included in our packets.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Sherry 7-0. And we are now at appointments.
No.
Oh, the victualler's
10B.
license. This is for Hobbsbrook Real Estate at 601 Edgewater.
Do we not need
Drive.
Anne Marie?
Oh, there's Anne Marie.
We
I'm sorry.
just approved your license, so
Okay.
congratulations.
Would you like to say something, Anne Marie?
Did you need me? Did I miss it? I know I didn't fall asleep. I've been awake.
No, we.
I got kicked out because I became a panelist. So did I miss? Did we get approved?
Yes,
You just did.
You just did.
Fabulous. Well, thank you very much. We look forward to a great season.
We do
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thanks. We'll
Thanks
see
for
you
staying up
then.
with
Thank
us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, now we can do the common victualler's license for automatic amusement, 601 Edgewater.
So I move that we approve the common victualler's license for Hobbsbrook Real Estate, 601 Edgewater Drive as presented.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion?
What do they do? What is this?
It's the cafeteria at the office park.
Oh, okay.
Back in the day.
Or
it
one
was
of the
fabulous.
cafeterias in the
It was a
office.
fabulous place to go for lunch,
Yeah.
cheap, it was really, they had everything.
The old,
The old cafeteria.
what were those? The automat, I remember.
Yeah, it wasn't, well, a little bit better.
A little bit better than that.
The automat, we're going back, we're going way back
I
now.
know.
All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Sherry, 7-0 for the common victualler's license. We have all kinds of appointments, do we not, Town Administrator?
We do.
And
You
can we do
you
them
can
all
the
once,
slate
Town-
if
can we
you
do
wish.
them all once,
You
Town
can.
Administrator?
You can.
I move we approve the slate as written, as listed.
Second.
Motion seconded on the annual committee appointments. Anybody want to delve into those at all, or?
Just to clarify, since I think there was
Absolutely.
one committee where there were more applicants than than positions, the Council on Aging, and so just to clarify, the recommendation, I think the motion, Mr. Carney, is to appoint Richard Greif, Susan Jepson, and Sherry Oken to the Council on Aging.
Correct.
Okay, any further clarifications, discussion? Seeing none, all those.
Sorry, just
Oh,
not a clarification, but just a question. I know typically, Sherry, we usually get the resumes and the applications for the applicants in our packet, and obviously in this case there wasn't sort of much to choose from in terms of applicants versus positions. But I would just ask if we could make sure, even if it is kind of an uncontested appointment, if you will, if we could get those going forward.
Sure.
Do we need to advertise for these unfilled? Or do we, how do we keep for the unfilled, ones that are unfilled, is that an ongoing
They remain
search?
open.
Yeah.
Anything
Okay.
unfilled remains open. I would just add, Mr. Chair, that I appreciate all the folks who agreed to volunteer. I do feel like our volunteer numbers are down, just generally. And so I would really encourage everyone to check out the town website for any opportunities and to really consider giving some of your time and talents if you can. The town administrator search might be the next best opportunity for someone who wants a limited commitment, but a really impactful one at that. So I would encourage everyone watching to consider that. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? 7-0, Sherry. We have the HPP, right, next? The Housing Production Plan Advisory Committee, Town Council appointee. I assume this is because Councilor Vincent will be rolling off. Am I correct there?
That's correct. Yeah, so there's a public forum on Wednesday the 16th. I'll go to that. That's on Zoom with the contractor and Sam Elliott and the members of the advisory committee. But Sam sent out an email today looking to have a possible meeting on April 23rd. I reminded her that I will no longer be on the council as at the end of the 22nd. We do have 2 town council member appointees. Councilor Butler's one, I was the other.
Yes, unfortunately, I'll be on a plane from Toronto on that same 23rd day, so hopefully she'll find another.
This is something that needs to be appointed very quickly because the contractor is probably going to be able to come in to the council in June, I would say probably late May in June, with a draft of the housing production plan. And by then we won't have Sam Elliott and we won't have me, and I was serving as the chair of the advisory committee. So it's kind of imperative that somebody get appointed to the housing production plan as the town council appointee as quickly as possible.
Does anyone have an interest?
I'm happy to volunteer. The 23rd, Bob, you said is the meeting?
That's a possible meeting,
Okay.
yeah. She sent an email out today.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly, if anyone else is interested, by all means, Godspeed. But like, if no one else is interested, I'm happy to participate.
You're the only one that's spoken up so far, so I think you are appointed. This would take a vote, Steve. Do we vote on appointments? Or is that a chair's responsibility?
I think the chair can do it in this case.
Okay. Consider yourself appointed.
This doesn't mean that I have to chair the committee, Bob?
No, Gail will chair.
Excellent.
The vice
Just want to
chair.
make sure what I signed up for.
If it was between the 2 of us, you knew you were chair.
No.
Excellent.
Good question.
Thank you very much, Councilor Giants, for volunteering. We'll move on then to Housing Trust Liaison appointments to fill unexpired terms.
Do you want to be on the committee?
We do have the Town Council fill the unexpired term ending October 31st, 2027.
I think that's actually you, Mr. Chairman. On Housing Trust.
It wouldn't be ending October 31st, I don't think. I thought I was only on for a year, or am I confusing that?
No. Sherry's going to jump in.
Sherry, was I on till 2027 on that?
I believe you were. I'm double checking, but I believe you were.
Boy, I really thought it was 1 year, but in any event. You're checking on that to be sure, Sherry?
Yeah, it's just gonna take me a minute, yeah.
Yeah, take your
It
time.
is listed as 2027 on the website.
Right, because weren't you originally were 1 year, but then you got reappointed. And your reappointment was a 3-year term.
Okay.
And that's why the current term expires in October of 27.
Okay.
Yeah, so, on October 29th, 2024, Mike, you were reappointed, and that term ends on October 31st, 27.
Okay. Is anyone interested in serving on the Housing Trust?
Now, if I may, that's one where you can wait. You don't have to appoint somebody tonight, so you, in my opinion, you can wait for your new council to convene in April and then see if any of the new members are interested in serving on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, because that's something that is lasting forever. And that person can come in, whether it's one of you 5 or one of the 2 new people, and serve. The HPP was more time sensitive.
Sure, and some of the new people have indicated interest in housing, so why don't we table that one until a future town council meeting?
Mr. Chair, can we do the appointments from the Commission on Disabilities and the Planning Board?
Sure.
So I'll move to appoint Marie Ray as the Commission on Disabilities appointee and Theo Knoll as the Planning Board appointee for terms expiring October 31, 2025.
Seconded.
Motion seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Sherry, those two are 7-0 for Disabilities and Planning Board. We have a donation to Council on Aging for $275 from various donors with thanks.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve that donation to the Council on Aging with thanks.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? 7-0. Sherry. Approval of minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the Town Council meeting minutes from March 24th, 2025.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Sherry, that's 7-0. Any announcements from the councilors tonight? Councilor Chines.
Just a couple of brief things. Wakefield Educational Foundation is doing their celebration of learning on Wednesday at the Galvin. It's a great event for folks that are interested in attending, but I do want to take the opportunity just to congratulate all of the students, teachers, parent volunteers, and staff who are being honored. It really is a testament to just the amazing sense of service that everyone in the public school community has. So congratulations to all those being honored. Also did want to mention that tickets to Hadestown are on sale. So the high school is doing a production of Hadestown. It's actually one of the first productions of the teen edition of Hadestown, which is pretty cool and exciting that, we're kind of trailblazing that. But it's also an awesome show for anyone who has not seen it before, so highly recommend folks getting a chance to buy those tickets. That is running from May 1st through the 5th, also at the Galvin.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other announcements? Councilor Butt.
So just wishing everyone a happy Easter and wishing everyone who's running the Boston Marathon, including the gentleman who came for public comment who said he was running it, good luck running the Boston Marathon. And then just reminding everyone, our town election is April 22nd, and you can go to town clerk's office and vote if you will be away for school vacation week, but please go and make sure you vote.
Thank you, Councilor Butt. Any other announcements, Councilor Dombrowski?
With that election in mind, I wanted to just first extend thanks to Chair McLean and Councilor Vincent for their years of service here on the Town Council. It is a significant commitment that they've both made. I think they've both served very honorably, and I know that they both have always had the best interest of the town at heart in everything that they've done. And so I really appreciate them as a resident of this town, and also I consider them both friends, and I thank them for their service over these last number of years. You both served us well, so thank you for that. And I myself am now in my third term. This may or may not be my last town council meeting, so I will just say that I will either see you next meeting or I will not. So it's a little bit awkward, but nonetheless, thank you everyone for 8 great years no matter what happens. And I've appreciated every minute of it. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Any other announcements? Seeing none. Number 25 in the Roman, matters not anticipated for agenda. Councilor Chines.
Sorry, I do have something. So in the event, obviously, Mr. Chair, you will not be with us for our next meeting. And given that there is a possibility that our vice chair may not be with us either, I am wondering if it makes sense for us just to designate, kind of a provisional chair for the next meeting, just so that we have someone to call the meeting to order and plan the agenda.
Right, because that would normally be the vice chair.
Correct.
That's a great idea. I didn't even thought about that. Yeah.
So in that case, I'll make a motion to nominate our most senior serving member, Councilor Butt, to serve as our provisional chair for the next meeting in the event that the vice chair is not on the council at that point.
Second motion.
Motion seconded. Any discussion?
I apologize. I probably should have given you a heads up on that.
No, I'm so excited to have coffee with Steve again, potentially.
You can still come for
I
coffee.
know, our lattes. Yeah, no, I think that's good planning, just in case.
Okay. We have a motion seconded. All those in favor? Opposed, that's 7-0, Sherry. We have a provisional,
Provisional chair.
Provisional chair.
I hope that you serve in that role.
Add it to my CV.
I think I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Before you,
I
I just wanted to add,
moment there?
Columbo moment, yeah.
All right.
I wanted to thank Ed, Mike, and Bob, in case it's your last meeting. Thank you for all the work you've done, working closely with myself and Sherry and the rest of the staff. We really appreciate all that you've done, and we've enjoyed it. So thank you, and thank you for your commitment to the town. Thank you.
And thank you. I think from 48 to Galvin Solar, we had a lot going on this year. And I appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you.
We've worked, I think, very well together. Any other?
Patties? Did you have your hand up?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then.
I guess with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we adjourn tonight's meeting with the council in whatever form it is, reconvening on April 28th at 7 p.m.
Second.
Motion seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Sherry, that's 7-0. Thank you all.
Thank you.